Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? With tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, but got to give a special happy Father's Day to our God in heaven, man, our spiritual father, man. We got to, happy Father's Day. All the fathers out there, man. All the men who are, and we're using the word father more openly in this term. You don't necessarily have to be somebody's biological father, but if you stepping into that role, you the uncle, you the cousin, you the older brother, you the younger brother, you whatever, you the stepfather. We covering everything with the word father today. Thank you for what you do, all the sacrifices that you make, that go unrequited. A lot of times, people they have more of a direct a vision of what mothers do, because mothers are just as important, but they have a more of a direct line of sight for what mothers do. But the sacrifices that fathers make, getting up, starting that car up, warming it up so you can go to work, so that your children don't have to do that. You can put them in a different environment so they can be successful. That's right, Sister Annie. Thank you for our Heavenly Father. That's an example of fatherly love, right? It ain't always pretty, but but it's right on time with what we need, right? But we talking about all those fathers, man. Every father out there, and like I said, Clarence, this person ain't a biological father. He don't even have no kids. Yeah, but he might be stepping in that role, whether at work or at home or both or whenever, right? Whenever. I'm not saying I'm a father figure. I am a father, and I try to give younger guys a look at, how to carry the weight of fatherhood. But sometimes, these younger guys, they can't exactly see the weight. Well, really they running from the manosphere, telling them to run from the weight of fatherhood, run from it. They tell them, don't, anytime you face responsibility, run, right? That's what the manosphere tell them, right? And you see responsibility coming, run, right? Especially it's in the form of sacrificing for other people, run, right? Hold on. Oh yeah, I'm gonna shout everybody out in just a minute. But yeah, that's what typically is happening in the manosphere, right? Anytime you see responsibility coming, and fathers are men who sacrifice to get you further. That's what Minister Farrakhan taught us, that father means further. You furthering your children. You're attempting to put them further in a better position than you. They're at a farther starting line than you. So that's what fathers are supposed to do, right? And I want to acknowledge every man that's out there that has accepted the responsibility to try to teach and provide for children, whether they're his or not his, whatever, or not his biological children or whatever, right? Anybody that stepped in that role, we're going to acknowledge you as on Father's Day. We appreciate you. We appreciate the sacrifices that you made. We appreciate everything, right? We appreciate all that you do. At least we do here. At least we do here, right? Because, man, we know that the world is a better place because of guys like you that step out in that role, that see that responsibility out there, take charge of it, take control of it, and wear it, man. You know what I'm saying? Responsibility is a garment. It's a garment. And some people wear it good, some people wear it badly. And some people just won't put it on. No matter how you tell them, hey, it's necessary that you wear this garment. Oh no, it's not. See? American society, especially the ones of them like the manosphere, they say, oh no, I would never wear that garment. Never. Right? And you try to tell them, but if we don't wear these garments, brother, how are our younger men going to see what a responsibility looks like when a man actually carry it, right? You got to carry responsibility, right? And our young boys need to see what men that are carrying that responsibility. But we are outnumbered in today's world by men who don't want that responsibility. They don't want to wear that garment. They say, my wings spread too far to put that garment on. I live for myself, right? I live to promote my own ideology, which was supposed to be the difference between us and animals, right? Us and lower animals. The difference between us and lower animals is we have free will. We don't have an instinctive. We have some instinctive stuff, but even then, if we want to mentally use our powers, we can override the instinct, whereas animals usually can't do that, right? But we have a natural inclination to be responsible for that whom comes over under our makes a covenant with us, right? But a lot of our men don't want to do that, man, and unfortunately, our community is suffering horribly behind that, man. But we do have men, for whatever reason, they step into that gap, right? It's not my child. It's like, so I was talking about myself, right? I don't, I only have my 3 biological children, but I always try to present well to young boys, especially young black boys. I always try to present well to them because I know I worked in Watts, I worked in Compton, I worked in Gardena, I worked in a bunch of different LA and a bunch of different places, man. Where fathers are not that abundant. I mean, fathers that actually live in the home with the children, they're not that abundant. I've been places where me just working, a working man, a man with a job, a black man with a job, right? That wasn't there to try to have sex with a mom, that actually had a job that he was able to focus on something else other than the mother that was there. They had never seen that, right? They would just crowd around me, right? Like sheep crowding around a shepherd, right? They had never seen nothing like that. So they was so intrigued by me. They couldn't believe it, right? I've been a lot of places like that, man. A lot of projects, a lot of courtyards. Right down here in LA, they got right down here in the bottoms of here in Avalon Courts, all these places, man, a lot of places, man, where just fathers are not that abundant. In a courtyard, you may have 8 houses, maybe 1 father, maybe. Why? I'm gonna play a little Shahrazad Ali today, but she's gonna talk about how the government assistance, they only give government assistance to women that don't have men, that on paper will say they don't have men involved in the children's lives, right? If the man is involved in the children's lives, they're not going to get the support. They're not going to get the assistance, right? Even if they might need it, they won't get it because the man is still doing something, in the children's lives. But that's another story, right? That's another story. Sister Annie said, thank you to every honorable man who stepped in to be a father figure, who volunteers in school, churches, and helps sporting events, inspires through YouTube channel. Love y'all. Shout out to Sister Annie, man. Yeah, man, we going to acknowledge everybody, man. You don't have to be the biological father here today. You just have to be somebody who's, putting in that time, putting in that work, and, just have a deep desire to help in some type of way, right? All right, y'all. Let's see. We're gonna check everybody in, but first of all, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna thank Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Thank you for the song. Appreciate you, man. Go check out Brother Eric at 16 to Life, at his YouTube page, 16 to Life, man. He's got a lot of good information, man. Plus, you're going to have a lot of fun over there, man. He got a lot of good skits and funny stuff over there. Plus, he's got some real serious jail stories, man. So But go check him out, man. And plus, he's a good dude, man. He's a funny dude. Good dude, good-hearted dude, man. Go check the brother out, man. Happy Father's Day, brother Eric, to you, man. Appreciate you, man. But that's Eric, man. Go to the YouTube page, 16 to Life, and check brother Eric out. Appreciate you, man. All right, pull Eric down. All right, y'all. Let's check everybody in, man, because I'm stringing this thing along, right? 15 minutes already. Let's check in. Arshawn at Critically Drinking. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, go on over and subscribe to Critically Drinking. And check out Arshawn and the crew over there, man. Shout out to them, man. They always doing some good stuff over there at Critically Drinking, man. Ask some good questions and going after. Arshawn said, listen, man, I'm over here now. Better run some funny clips like I do or else, right? I try, man. I don't know, man. See, what happens is, Arshawn, man, when we run clips over here, they yank us, man. They just come and pull us down, man. So I don't know. I'm scared to run the clips I got today, but I'm gonna do it. You know, I'm gonna just do it. You know what I mean? So you know, they pull it. So if you hear, you're gonna get it. If you not, you might not, right? Because they might pull it, they might ghost it, right? And lately, what they've been doing is ghosting us, right? They just yank it, man. They used to send you an email saying, Brother Clarence, this is why we pulled everything down. Here's what you can do to get it back up. They don't even do that no more, man. They just ghost. They just yank you. Well, at least me. They just yanked me, man, right off the platform, man. They just yanked the video. They don't give me a reason. They don't tell me what, why, or what, or how I can, fix it. They just yank it, right? So anyway, yeah, Sean, we're gonna play some clips today. So you'll see, man. You'll see. We'll see. Hopefully they don't yank us. But anyway, man, glad to have you in the building, my brother. What about Sister Annie, man? Excuse me, right? Sister Annie is in the building, man. Shout out to that sister, man. Good sister, Taurus sister. So you know I don't mess with Sister Annie, man. I leave her alone, man. She tell me something, I'll be like, okay, Sister Annie. Shout out to Sister Annie. Good sister, man. Beautiful sister. Well, who else in the building, man? Vagoda, our Tel Aviv brother, right? Oh, Clarence, ain't no Jewish people gonna listen to you. Here we go. We got one right here, right? And push back on me, right? Vagoda will push back on us. And he'll tell us some jokes too, right? I don't know how funny Vagoda is sometimes, right? But he's trying, right? Shout out to Vagoda, man. Who else is in the building, man? Oh, Von Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant. Good to have you in the building, man. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Vagoda. I don't think Vagoda's a father, but he may be a father figure to somebody. So shout out, Happy Father's Day, Vagoda. What about Von Bryant? Shout out, Happy Father's Day, my brother. Good to have you in the building. Oh, man, happy Father's Day to Arshawn, by the way. Arshawn, right? Guys like that, man. Any guy that steps into that role, any guy that steps into that gap and says, you know what? I'm going to be a father figure to this person. I'm going to be a father. We acknowledging you today. We acknowledging you, man. Thank you for all your service. Thank you for everybody who steps into that role, paid or unpaid, check or no check, whatever. Because you know what I'm saying, fatherhood is not a what do you want to call that, man, a high yield issue sometimes, right? Sometimes, man, you really, it's really a lot of donating, it ain't a lot of doing stuff and you expecting a return. Right? It's really not. The only return you're expecting is to see this person not get a bump on their head like you got, right? But that's the return, right? It's not really a big return in fatherhood, man. Outside of that, but it's worth it though. It's worth it, man. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, shout out to everybody, man, all the fathers out there. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Von Bryant's in the house. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. All right, y'all, we're gonna move on, man, because we got to talk about Juneteenth, man. Patrice said she wanted to come up here and talk about Juneteenth. So we're gonna talk about Juneteenth a little bit, man. Well, what was Juneteenth about? What happened? What's the significance? What is the significance of Juneteenth? What can we learn from that experience, right? Thank you, Brother Vaughn. Appreciate you. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you, Big Riggs. Glad to have you in the building. My brother, better open up that sunroof, Riggs, because we about to get busy, man. I'm sorry. We're about to get busy, Maine, right? Our brother Big Riggs is from the Bay, and they say, hey, Maine, what's going on, Maine? Shout out to the Bay, man. But shout out to all the fathers out there in the Bay. Shout out to all the fathers, man. Like I said, the fathers and the father figures, man. The people that just try to carry it, like, you know, whether it's your biological child or non-biological child or whatever, you working at the school, you working at the, like Sister Annie said, you coaching, you teaching, you doing whatever you doing out there to try to make it better for a young boy, especially, but these young kids, these girls as well, man. It's too many creepos out here, man. And we need men that can just be around a kid and let the kid be a kid, right? And not, you know, be pressuring a kid to be an adult, man, and make adult decisions, right? These creepos, man, what they do is they pressure kids into making adult decisions, sexually, morally, whatever, right? Can't do that, man. Gotta let a kid be a kid. You robbing the kid of you taking their innocence from them when you put them in grown up situations before they're ready, man. Oh, Clarence, nah, man. I'm just telling you the truth, man. I'm just your little brother telling you the truth, and so we can improve, right? I told my wife something last night. She took it the wrong way. And I said, wait a minute. She said, I ain't trying to argue with you, Clarence. I said, I'm not arguing with you. I'm talking to you. I said, but if I can't tell you things because you're going to get upset and you're going to think I'm arguing with you, you got to think about what I'm saying. And, you know, after a while, she thought about it. But I'm saying at first, because she was so tired and frustrated and everything, she was just like on edge, right? And I said, man, the way you handled this situation, could have handled it better. She was like, well, let me tell you why I did this. I had this going on, that going on. I said, yeah, but that ain't going to matter in the long run that you got this a good excuse. In the long run, it's going to affect everyone else in a bad way. So I need you to start working on handling it better. But at first we was like, I'm trying to tell her, and she was like, hey, no, see, you don't understand, Clarence. I was doing this and this and that. I said, man, what makes you think I don't understand? I understand what you're saying, but what relevance do it got? Especially when it comes to my granddaughter. What relevance is that gonna have 10 years down the line when she is now, you know, adopted a similar philosophy? What is that? How is that gonna work? It doesn't matter your excuse. Well, you know, she's in this situation. What that doesn't matter. Right? We got to try to overcome our circumstances, right? I didn't have a father. I didn't have a mother. I didn't have this. I didn't have that. It's easy for me to say I had a mother and a father, right? But I'm just telling you the reality is we got to overcome the things the impediments that's got in our way, you know, that we want to use as excuses, right? The white man is standing in my way. White man is the problem. No, we can't. We really can't say that anymore. There was a time you could say that, made sense, right? Now, are they opposing us? Yeah. So some of them are still opposing us in things. Yeah, some of them are still creating issues. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Now, I'm not never going to say that went away. But what I'm saying is they only got that kind of power because we are allowing it to happen. We got the power to keep that at bay, but we got to work together to do it, right? They no longer this big issue that we got to contend with, right? Elijah Muhammad said, white man is like a string around your finger. You know what I'm saying? He at this point, you don't even have to. He don't even have to. He's not an issue to deal with unless you actually focus on that string on your finger. You focus there, then you go see it, and you will be focused around that string. But if not, you just keep working, doing your life, working hard, man. Of course, gonna be issues in anything you do. But the point of what I was talking about with me and my wife was she had an issue with me saying something to her And she didn't even realize that because of her tiredness and frustration, she didn't realize that she was being combative. She was blaming me for being combative. She was like, "You want to argue?" And I was like, "I'm not arguing with you. I'm just talking to you. I'm just talking to you because I won't accept the excuse or say that validate that excuse and say, well, it's okay that you were behaving this way because you was tired, because I won't accept that. Now I'm being combative, right? Or now I'm being what did she say? She said I was trying to argue with her. Now I'm trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I said, girl, why was I trying to argue with you? I love you. What am I trying to argue with you for? What am I gonna profit? What profit do I get out of arguing with you? Right? I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to help you. That's what I'm trying to do, is to help you and help everybody in this house by letting you know, because you let me know when I do stuff. You say, Clarence, that's you could do that different. I just be like, okay, maybe I can. And sometimes, most of the time, my wife do the same thing. But every now and then, of course, we all sometimes get frustrated, tired, or we in a state where, you know, we just not thinking clearly, right? Yeah, she had that moment yesterday, right? She was just like, man, you don't know what happened, Clarence. See, I'm trying to tell you, man, this situation had got out of hand way before you even came into the picture. And I said, well, that's irrelevant, right? That's irrelevant to the situation. But the point is, man, we have to be humble enough, and I'm going to talk about this today. We got to be humble enough to take correction, no matter where it comes. If the correction is if the issue is valid, then that's all we need to be concerned about. I think in the Black community, a lot of times we take correction as disrespect, right? Because that's what we was taught in slavery, right? You corrected me, nigga, right? In slavery, you're supposed to see evil, right? You're supposed to see it, and you're not supposed to say nothing. Not because it's not evil. You're supposed to not say nothing out of the fear of the backlash you're gonna receive by speaking up about it. That's what we was taught in slavery. You can't speak out. You looking at this is an evil program, man. This is something that a normal person would say, there's no way one man could own 200 or 300 people as his personal property, right? But when in slave time, you had to acknowledge that, right? You're a black person walking down the sidewalk, a white person come walking down the same side of the sidewalk. You got to jump off the sidewalk and let them walk by, right? Or in the bus, you got to go in the back of the bus, right? Now, our children, they run to the back of the bus, right? They run back there, right? They go any kind of place where they can to try to run from authority, right? It's so crazy, right? It is so crazy. But man, this world been turned on its head. That's why I'm gonna play a little bit of Shahrazad Ali, man. I'm gonna play a little bit of it today. Instead of black boys, maybe we're gonna try to save the black family, right? Because the black family goes as the black boys go and as the black girls go, right? And black girls gonna go as black boys go. Black boys go as black men come up as black boys come up. And we got all these black boys that are forgotten, right? We forget about black boys, right? Some kind of magical way with child support and public school, they're going to turn out to be just great, right? No, that's what these fathers that don't want to be involved in their children's lives think. It's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen, man. Not going to happen. We got to get back involved. We get back involved. Okay, y'all, we got to get moving. Let's get moving because we got to get to a lot of stuff, and then I got to bring Patrice up here. Let's see. Let's see. What we gonna do first? Okay, what we gonna do first, y'all, is I don't like to do it, but we got to do it, man. We got to do it. We got to do the hit parade, man. We got to do the hit parade. We got to show y'all, man, that these creepos is out here, and we got to keep our eyes open. Got to keep our eyes open, man. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Yeah, here he is. Here's the creepo, man. Here's the creepo.
A private school is locked up.
All right. Let's see. Where we at? Okay, let's do this. Let's change that up. All right, let's change this up. And okay, this is a unfortunate situation here, but let's listen to it.
Tonight, just days after the WAFB-IT exposed allegations of sexual misconduct against him, yet another alleged victim has come forward, saying he sexually abused her for years, beginning when she was just 14 years old. Lead investigators Scotty Hunter has the story.
Corey Nash is now behind bars, arrested on a charge of indecent behavior stemming from allegations that he sexually assaulted a student between 2009 to 2011.
We know that he is indeed a predator. There is some history that he has as involving himself with minor or juvenile females.
According to this arrest warrant, a woman told police the sexual abuse started when she was just 14 years old. She alleges the administrator would slap her on the butt, then say he was playing. The woman told police things then escalated to Nash buying her food and gifts in order to see parts of her body. She claims that eventually turned to oral sex, then to intercourse, all of it allegedly happening on the school grounds of Second Chance Academy, both during and after hours.
He coerced her. He made her feel comfortable as a child. Her idea at that particular time is totally different when you become an adult. And she realized that she was victimized and that the actions that he had partaken in or they had partaken in wasn't right. And her efforts is an attempt to stop other young ladies from becoming potential victims.
This only adds to the allegations the WAFB team exposed earlier this week, where the dean of students at the school is accused of sending inappropriate text messages to at least 2 different students. One of those students' mothers, Renisha Cummings, discovered the messages after Nash had sent hundreds of dollars over the last few months to her daughter. The daughter claims he wanted sexual photos of her in return. When that mother confronted Nash at the school and recorded their encounter, Nash never denied sending the messages and said it was a joke gone too far.
Taking the joke too far. That was a stupid joke and wrong, irresponsible joke. Never was gonna put my hands on, never did.
He told me everything was a joke. You don't joke with kids like that.
The young girl in that case also claims Nash tried to touch her, and at one point during this video, he even addresses her directly, trying to prove he didn't.
Never put my hands on, never touched her. And she'll take it in. I tried.
When everybody was outside,
When I tried.
you said, "Can I touch you?"
And when you said no, and I said, okay, good. And I started laughing. I was laughing.
I take this very, very personal, Scotty, because
Pastor Melissa Dunn also reported
It's sad that I got to do this, man, but unfortunately, these kids, these people are out here, man. They doing this kind of stuff, and unfortunately, man, it's a bad scene, man. And we got to get our children and be more involved in our children's lives, especially us as Black men. We got to get back in there, man. And I know, man, I'm preaching to the choir here. I know that, but maybe one of them dudes will say they will pass this content and they will say, "Oh man, let me go on over there. Let me see what they talking about, man. Them old dudes. Let me see what they talking about." And maybe they'll come over here and they'll see. Wherever you going, man, they can't defeat the truth. All we doing is using the truth, man. So you can't defeat the truth, right? It's not you ain't going up against Brother Clarence. You're going up against the truth. Brother Clarence just know how to articulate that truth to you. But I mean, this is just the truth. I'm gonna go see my favorite content creator because they fighting. Okay, go ahead and see them. But when you need the truth, here we sit. Here we are. Here we are. We'll give it to you. But the truth is, man, there's creepos out there, man, and they're at every stage of the game. They're at every stage of the game. It's no longer like back when I was coaching and Rico was coaching, man, back in them days. These people would leave their kids with you, man. They just drop the kid off and go wherever they wanted to go, right? And then they come back 2 hours later or whatever, right? I've been like me and Rico been through the same situation, man. I'm sure most of you guys, if you coached, been through this situation, man, especially with women. Especially with women will forget in a heartbeat that the kid is out there, right? You're sitting out there for half an hour to practice, just talking to the kid. Yeah, how's school? How's this? How's that? You know, you're scared. You don't want to put the kid in your car, right? Because then the kid can say, oh, well, you know, I was in the car with him by myself, right? You don't want to do that. So you got to sit out there in the bleachers with him, right? Where everybody can see, right? So you got to sit out there on the bleachers with him, right? You know what I mean? You got to be very, but you got to think about what you're doing, man. You know what I'm saying? I had a girl on one of my teams. Well, I had a girl on one of my basketball teams, right? And she would always say, Coach, can you take my earrings off? Can you do this? I'm not touching you, girl. No, I'm not. I couldn't say it to her like that, but I'd say, nah, let's wait for your mom to come back and, you know, do this and wait, you know. Why? Because I don't want nobody looking at me hovering over this little girl, taking her earrings off. They don't know what I'm doing, right? Hey, they don't know what I'm doing. Well, I had to be smart enough to think about that, right? Even though I liked her, she was a good, team player. You know what I'm saying? I liked her, but I just had to realize that certain things just ain't gonna look right for me to be doing, right? Adjusting her uniform, fixing her hair, fixing her, getting her earrings. That wasn't gonna look right for me to be doing that stuff, right? But we gotta see, we as fathers. I showed y'all. I got that short clip. I got that what do you call those shorts? I had a short where molester said, man, child molester said, the first thing I look for is the father's involvement. If the father's involved, I would scratch that kid off the list. Right? If you see the father's involvement, you scratch the kid off the list. Right? But you know, you can't. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? You can't change the world. You can change yourself and then change the world, right? This guy is out here. Oral sex with a minor and you like 40, 50 years old. I don't see no way around. I don't see how you're going to explain that one, Doc. I just don't see how you're going to explain that. There's not going to be a good explanation for why you as a grown man, and I say grown, I mean over the age of 30 years old, even over the age of 25, you know, I could see a 22-year-old getting caught up, right? 22-year-old getting involved with maybe an 18-year-old or 17-year-old, making that kind of stupid mistake. But you're in your 30s and 40s and 50s? Don't make no sense, man. But I present this information so that we can remember that the world is a different place than it was. So now we have to be there. If you're going to take your kids to basketball practice, you're going to have to be there. You have to sit there. Same thing if you're taking your kids to whatever activity they involve with, gymnastics, aerobics, whatever you're taking them to. You cannot sit them there and leave them there no more, because we got creepos like this out there, and they gonna just they coaches, they principals, they teachers, right? This dude is a teacher, right? I did a teacher the last weekend, right? He was the head of the English department, right? These guys are everywhere, man, and they are driven. They're attracted to your child, but the first thing they look for is the father's involvement. As that one creepo said, he said, the first thing I look for is how involved the father is. If the father is really involved, I scratch that kid off the list. What more do we need to say it? What more does they need? What more does, the creepo comes and tell us that, right? What more do we need to say? Shout out to Brother Bolo, by the way. Shout out to Brother Bolo. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV in the village, man, get on over there and check him out, man. Get on over there and subscribe to the brother and give him a shot, man. Give him a shot. Good people over there. Good people. Brother Bolo says, blessings to Brother Clarence in the chat. Fathers are important. We need to be involved. Absolutely, brother. And shout out to the fathers over there in the village and the father figures. Shout out to them. Yeah, man. Happy Father's Day to you too, Bolo. Man, we already text each other about that, but I'll tell you publicly, happy Father's Day, brother. But yeah, man, we gotta be more involved as black men. That's the thing I'm trying to get across, man. There's such a need for black men, and I know that there's no pay in it, right? But sometimes, brothers and sisters, pay is not the paramount issue. The issue is this good for the community? Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? That is the issue. Whether you're doing the right thing, right? I don't know if a lot of y'all that follow the man Jesus, right? You didn't see too many times where you got these big checks, right? You didn't see Jesus doing a whole lot of stuff and then saying, man, hey, check this out. I got this big check. Come on, y'all, let's go cash it. Let's go get some wine. Let's go get some honeys. Let's go wild out, right? You didn't see that too many times, right? Why? Because Jesus was doing stuff and his pay came from the mission. I told y'all before, man, ain't nobody really happy, especially men. You ain't really happy till you on your mission. You're doing your mission. And it's hard because when a person gets on their mission and they love this mission so much, they're willing to leave their families. Jesus left his family for this mission. Right? He said, I got this mission I got. If you with it, come and walk with me. What do most people say? Oh, go ahead and do your mission, man. I got my side piece. I got my wife. I got my side piece. Right? I got all this other stuff going on, man. I can't mess with you. When you talk about responsibility and sacrifice, come on, man. But my point is, man, you didn't see Jesus holding up a lot of checks saying, see, I got this check doing this. I got this check doing this. I got this check doing this. Fellas, gather around. This is what we're going to do. We're going to hit Sodom and Gomorrah. We're going to have a good time down there. And then we're going to just roll out. We just going to hit Damascus. And then we're going to hit Jerusalem. And then we just going to wow out. You didn't see that, right? He said, man, I'm going to get rid of this old donkey, man. I'm going to give me a brand new stallion. You feel me? I'm going to give me an Arabian stallion, man. The strongest horse out there, right? Arabian stallion. I'm going to give me an Arabian stallion. Look good. Can run for days with no water. Strong, right? I ain't going to be on this raggedy old donkey no more. Nope. Raggedy old donkey, raggedy old disciples, right? When I say raggedy, I mean he had to build them up. In other words, when he ran into them, they was raggedy, right? He had to build them up, right? He had to build them and to get them to understand their own greatness, right? They didn't even understand their own greatness. Yeah, greater works you're gonna do than I do, right? He had to build them up. They was walking around thinking, man, but he had to do little things to let them know, hey, man, your little brother ain't going to be here forever. And one day, the real examination is coming when I'm gone. See, that's what we're going to see. If you really was listening to me, we're going to find out when I'm gone. Right? You guys ever took a test, right? What's the first thing they tell you? Take your books off the table. Close your books. Put your books away. Right? Put all your learning materials away, right? That's what Jesus was telling you. Hey, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be put away. That's what we're going to see. If you really was listening to what I was talking about, if you really believe in what I say, it ain't that you ain't going to show it when I'm here. We're going to see when I'm not here is when we're going to see if you really believe what I said. Thank you, Brother Von Eric. Brother, shout out to Brother Von Eric, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. So then he said, now, you know, it's too early. Brother Clarence be running his mouth for at least an hour. So then he said, man, you know better than that. We all know better than that, right? I haven't even sent the links out to the home team yet. So the home team going to get them in about maybe another 15, 20 minutes. But I'm just saying, I want us to watch out for these creepos, man. Definitely, man. Definitely. Ain't a lot of pay in the sacrificing, but we got to make the sacrifice. Got to get in our children's lives. All men should be in their children's lives. I ain't reducing that to just black men, but I'm saying black men, we got a serious deficit going on, man, in responsibility, right? Duty and responsibility. We have a huge deficit there. And so as a triage person, I'm saying, okay, because black people, the world goes the way we go. If we can reduce crime, if we can get our families back together, we can reduce the crime, and we can be in a position where we can say, we showed you that God can work in any situation, right? Because look at our situation, and God has come in and healed us. But here's the problem, y'all. How's God gonna heal people that turn their back on him? Shout out to Quantum. Thank you, Quantum. Appreciate you. How's God gonna heal people that they turned their back on him, right? Can't heal you if you ain't willing to sit down and take the medicine, right? You ain't willing to take the medicine, then what can we do? You out there on your own, man. You freestyling out there, right? Huh. Why would you need to freestyle when you got a good doctor? You got a good doctor that can fix the problem and make it go away. But you got to take the shot. I don't want to take no shot. Well, then the problem going to linger on. Right? The shot is the information that may shock you, right? The information that you may not want to hear. It may not sound too good going in your ears, but you got to get it so that you can take it and work it over and let it swirl around in your head, and it change the way you handle stuff so things could change, right? But that's a topic for another story, for another day. Brothers and sisters, we got to watch our children, right? The mothers too. You got to be involved, mothers, but typically mothers are more involved than the fathers, man. Us as fathers, man, we got to get more involved, especially on these extracurricular activities. Even at the school. It said a man was having oral sex with students at the school, man. Think about it, man. Think about it. Think about those of you that have a daughter, and you found out that a grown man was having oral sex with your daughter, all because you didn't take the time to have an open relationship with your daughter so that she felt comfortable coming to you if a grown man started approaching her and grooming her for sex. Come on, y'all. We got to get back in the game. Anyway, that's the hit parade, y'all. That's the hit parade. This is what we're going to do. We're going to play a little bit of Shahrazad Ali. And then, because I want to save black boys, man. I really want to save black boys, but I want to save the black family. And so this clip from Shahrazad Ali is going to talk about how feminism really ravaged the black community because it kind of told black women that encouraged them to try to get some of the benefits that they were shooting for, but they really wasn't shooting for it, right? They really wasn't shooting for those benefits for black women, but they needed black women on their team, the feminists, right? Which, i.e., white lesbians, right? See, because white women seen the game coming, right? So they only went along with feminism for so far, right? They got what they could get out of it, and they jumped off the train. before it came pulled into the station, right? Well, black women a lot of times held on, right? They held on, and not all black women, but I'm saying some of them were, got the misunderstanding of how to use feminism to make some positive changes. At the same time, the issues that were specific to white lesbians leave that out, right? There's some issues that in feminism that are pretty specific to white lesbians, but not to women in general, where white women understood that. I don't think a lot of the black women that did follow the feminism, they didn't understand that, man. And unfortunately, it has rocked the black family. So we're going to play a little bit of Shahzad Ali, y'all.
Now, of course, there are many black people who consider those fighting words, because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. The book is not an attack on black women. I have never said that all black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book, but most of us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function. They did not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. The women that had men, if they got a bunch of children, they need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women who are allowing this to go on in their home. We have not looked at what part of the responsibility do we share. Yes, black men sell a lot of drugs, and a lot of us black women get the money from them drugs and buy some of these fancy clothes we wear, drive around in some of these fancy cars. He is not doing these things alone and without support from us, whether they are good or bad. See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up.
Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you agree with Shahrazad Ali? She said the black woman does have power. I thought Shahrazad Ali was against black women. I thought she was against them. Anyway, she said the black woman has a lot of power. Do you agree that black women are using well, not all black women, obviously, but they're using their power. They've been managed and mistaught how to use that power, and it's being used to break up the black family, or it's being used to create a lot of pressure, downward pressure on the black family, to wherein the family will crack under that pressure. Do you agree or disagree? All right, let's see a little more of Shahrazad Ali.
Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child, that's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need a parental coalition of a man and a woman. We have sons who are, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black female emotionalism. They're doubtful, they're indecisive, they can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grow up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Did you hear what she just said? I've been saying this for 3.5 years. Television is the only place that we are getting the information to make decisions, or even seeing how to interact with each other in relationships, is television. I've been saying this. She said this back in the 80s, right? Oh, I've been saying it. Shout out to OG Patrice in the building. Yeah, happy Father's Day to all the men and that play a father role. Yeah, for sure. I'm sending the link out in a minute, Patrice. After I get done with all this stuff, I'll send you guys out the links. Yeah, man. Did you hear what she said, though? She said, we don't know how to even be in relationships because we're looking at it from on TV. Yikes. Okay, y'all. A few more minutes, man, of the sisterhood, man, sister.
Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years. So what do we have to get liberated from them from? They haven't been our boss. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business. We don't have any business being in that. They only introduced it to break down the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement started with the black man, the black woman, and the black child standing together, trying to plead for freedom, justice, and equality, and more benefits in the country that they had to have built. They threw the white woman in there with the women's liberation movement and made it a woman against man thing. That created a big separation between black men and black women, because then everybody started going for self. Then they bring the welfare system in and tell us in order to feed and clothe and house our children, we have to give up our man. You have to put the man out of the house. When the white farm wife goes to the government for subsidy for the farm, they don't tell her to get rid of the farmer. They keep that family together. But in the black community, they make it a requirement because they want to keep endorsing into the black community that the black man is no good and that he is not deserving of respect. He is not deserving of us letting him give us any protection or instruction, and that we are better than them. The major responsibility that the black woman has had on the earth for the trillions of years that we have been here has been one of nutrition.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man. Shout out to Miss She Said, by the way, man. Good content creator. If you haven't already subscribed to Miss She Said, get on over there and subscribe to Miss She Said, man. Good content creator, great content. And Mr. He Said as well, by the way. But yeah, she said Happy Father's Day. Thank you, sis. And tell Mr. He Said Happy Father's Day to him too, as well. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Man, they was really mad at her 30 years ago, 40 years ago, but now, man, whoo, They probably boiling at her now, man. Play these tapes now, man. He boiling at her now. Get out of here, Shahrazad Ali. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. She said nutrition that's the role we played in the family, man, is bringing them proper nutrition, right? Those of y'all you lucky, man. If you dating a woman, man, you lucky if she cooks. And most of the time, I was at my father-in-law's house yesterday, right? Okay, yeah, sir. Let me put that up there. You're right, brother. I was at my father-in-law's house yesterday, right? So my sister-in-law, post sister, man. She's a good-hearted sister, right? But she can't cook. And I keep telling my wife, she's single because she can't cook. Oh, she used to cook. I said, well, everybody's like Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? I mean, if you could cook 20 years ago, that's nice. But I need something to eat today, right? My sister-in-law was upset, man, because nobody wants to eat her food, right? My children, they follow me in terms of, man, if I won't touch it, they probably not gonna touch it, man. They'll wait and see what I'm gonna do. Right. Well, hey man, if I don't touch it, man, they usually be like, nah. Right. My sister-in-law, man, she tried to make some mashed potatoes yesterday. How do you mess up mashed potatoes, man? She made some mashed potatoes that was so bad. My wife just took the pot and said, go sit down. My wife said, go sit down. Let me fix the rest of this stuff, right? Because my wife had already brought food for me, right? Because, I'm not going to eat nothing this chick makes. So she brought some vegetables. She brought some rotisserie chicken for me. So she already knew I wasn't going to eat nothing this chick made, right? So this chick was starting to try to cook something. And she was all jacked up, man. She was on one when we got there, right? And so she started trying to cook and messed up these mashed potatoes, man. My wife said, get on out of this kitchen. Get on out of this kitchen. Let me handle it, man. My wife made some good vegetables. She made some good mashed potatoes, man. Made me a nice little plate, man. I was like, cool, man. Because I said, hey, man, you ain't letting her. She said, I ain't going to let her fix you nothing. I said, okay, I'll just check it, man, because, I don't know how to put no pressure on you. Here, just take some of this. Nah. I'm not eating nothing from no woman, man. I know that can't cook. I know she can't cook. Ain't gonna be no mercy meal right here, man, where I'm just gonna, eat some of it just to try to make her feel better. No. Go learn how to cook. There's classes. There's everything you can learn how to cook. If you really want to learn how to cook, you will learn how to cook. But a lot of women, the reason why you ain't got no man staying with you, I ain't got no problem getting a man. Of course you don't have a problem getting a man to have sex with you. Of course not. Of course not. Hell, right up here on Santa Monica Boulevard, there's grown men that's wearing wigs walking around. They ain't got no problem getting men either. Getting men ain't the hard part. Keeping men is the hard part. That's what the Cynthia G's and those people get confused, right? Keeping men is the hard part. That's the part that takes the work. It don't take no work to attract no man. Hell, like I said, it's men. It's men out here, not even women. It's men out here up here on Santa Monica Boulevard that's getting other men to follow them, right? But the one thing I try to tell y'all, man, people say it's hard to get men to, want to be in it. No. Let me tell you what you do. If you really want a good man, what you do is you cook something for him. Show him what he's going to be getting. Give him a little window of what he's going to be getting if he should decide to spend the rest of his life with you. Right? Your grandmama was right. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Oh, Clarence, see, I need a girl that can make money like me. That's cool. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but if all she can do is make money with you and have sex with you, I smell a side piece coming sooner or later, right? And all that side piece got to do is cook half as good as you, or cook half more than you cook, right? I don't need to cook because I'm a boss and I don't need to cook. I'm a taken care of woman. Okay. Guarantee you, he run into a woman that start cooking him food, that woman gonna turn your whole world upside down. That's why you got to be that woman. You got to be that woman that the other women can't measure up to. You can't measure up to me. I've been putting food in this man's stomach for all these years. Shout out to Miss She Said. I've been putting food in this man's stomach. I've been there when he was sick. You can't get this man nothing but a roll in the hay. That's all. And when he think about it, he gonna say, you know what? Men are like dogs, man. Men are like straight dogs, man. They're gonna go where the food is the best. I'm telling you, all things the same, they're gonna go where the food is the best. And sometimes all things don't have to be the same. I got a degree. See, I got a degree. I'm making money. I make over $100,000 as a woman. I make over $100,000, so I'm valuable. That don't mean nothing to a man. I tell you, women, that don't mean nothing to a man. A man is gonna want to know how valuable you might be valuable outside, but what a man is gonna want if he's going to sign up for the rest of his life is how valuable you're gonna be in his home. Are you gonna help him with these children? Are you gonna help him with this keeping the house clean? Are you gonna help him with whatever he need help with? Are you gonna be the kind of person? Can he come to you when he got a serious problem? Can he come to you and get some support? Or are you gonna be the type of person that nags him to death? That's another thing about my sister-in-law, man. Shout out to my sister-in-law, man. Hope she finally figured this stuff out, but because she ain't gonna listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I've been married 33 years. What do I know, right? I guess it was all luck, right? It's all luck, right? That I've been married that long, right? But yeah, she ain't gonna listen to me, right? I telling my wife, man, you need to tell her she can't cook. That's why you ain't got no man even willing to come. See, a man will even put up with a lot of other stuff because of the way you conduct yourself in the house, right? But a lot of women think, oh, it's just about the sexual tension I can create. If I can create a lot of sexual tension, then hey, I got it made over the other person. Yeah, until he runs into somebody else that's creating more sexual tension, right? Then what? You got 3 of his children, right? You only got certain points of the day where you can create sexual tension. Meanwhile, the side piece got all day, right? The side piece got all day to send him text messages. I was just thinking about your body. It's the body of a god, right? Last time I spent time with you, it was amazing, right? Men need attention too. But somehow we as men, we just get used to not getting that attention, man. We just get used to not getting it, right? So we go years without getting that attention. Then here comes somebody from side piece land, right? Right? I think Sister Annie had a word. Side piece-ism-ish land. Side piece-ism-ish land. Right? Here comes somebody from side piece-ism-ish land. They start texting a man. Good morning, handsome. Good morning, beautiful. Yeah, she know he married. Good morning, beautiful. Good morning, handsome. You know, I ain't never seen nothing like what you walking around with ever. I ain't never seen nothing like that. Right? I'm just giving y'all game. I'm giving y'all game. Oh, bro, see, what do you know? It's not like that now. I hear that a lot too. It's not like that now. It's different now. Okay. It's women are so different, right? Yeah, women are much different than they was 40 years ago. They way different. No, bro, the circumstances might be different. The circumstances surrounding them might be different, but they're pretty much the same, right? They want to be in a situation where they are comfortable, be able to teach their children, have their children warm and not be hungry, and they have a decent man, at their disposal, right? It's pretty much what most women want. Oh, bro, see, you don't know. You don't know, bro, see. You ain't out here dating. I'm not. But I wouldn't bend myself to the dating world. I make the dating world come to me. Either you good. This is how I'm gonna handle stuff. Oh, you ain't gonna get no woman like that, bro. See, why not? Clarence, because it's just you don't understand. It's different. Why? What's the matter? How much different is it? You see a woman, you walk into the supermarket, you see a woman, you introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Clarence. I saw you from across the way. I thought you were very attractive. And I said to myself, I'd like to take her out to dinner so I could get to know her a little better. What do you think about that? Start up a conversation. What do you think about that? I don't even know you, Clarence. Why would I go out with you? Well, maybe if you gave me your number, we could have a couple conversations. You get to know me, you see what I'm about, and then you could decide from there. That's fair, right? You start a little conversation, man. But see, we losing the art of conversation because of these apps, right? Bolo was right? We're losing the art of conversation because we're using the apps. So that these apps are making us taking the personability out of actually finding a mate, right? Because you can just swipe. And I'm not saying they bad, but I'm saying even still, even if you're dating with apps, there's certain information you need to know, you need to get before you start going all the way out with them, right? Because you want to know if you got a good candidate for a wife. But then again, most of these guys that's out here dating, they're not looking for wives. They're looking for partners to have casual sex with. That's really what the word dating means in today's world, right? But what we need to be doing is we shouldn't be even engaging women unless we looking at them as potential for a wife. We really shouldn't. But so scared we ain't gonna find nobody, man. We bow down to every whim they got, man. And then a lot of times we pick people that's not right for us. We sexually selecting people that's not right for us. Patrice said, that's something about the we used to call them the cleanup woman. The cleanup woman. Right? Why? Because this woman is gonna come in and do a lot of things, but they're really not the cleanup woman, they're the explosion woman. They should call it a dynamite woman. Because she's gonna blow everything up, right? And the wife don't even see it coming. That's the bad part. The wife don't even see it coming. Because she figured like, hey, man, I don't have to keep looking, I don't have to keep looking alluring for this man. I already got him to sign on a dotted line. And if he leave me, he got to pay alimony, child support. Where's he going to go? He ain't got he can't go nowhere. Ain't nobody else going to wash his skid mark drawers. I'm it. He ain't got no other option. Okay, you keep thinking that. There is definitely somebody out there that'll wash his skid mark drawers. Definitely. You think that there ain't. I don't care how crazy the man look. You think it, man. She'll take him to the barbershop, get him a haircut, buy him some new clothes, buy him some cologne. Next thing you know, got a whole different dude out there, right? You got a whole different dude. He coming home smelling good, looking good. You like, what? Why are you doing all this? Oh, nothing, for myself. For myself. Sister Annie said, you helped me with an affinity on that other stream, Brother Clarence. Thank you. I appreciate you, Sister Annie. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to help y'all win. I think Black women, unfortunately, are not being taught how to win in relationships, right? They're putting out unrealistic demands. I'm talking about Black women now. I know Black men do the same thing. So you don't have to tell me, well, Black men do it too. I know they do. But right now I'm talking about Black women because I got Sister Shahrazad Ali up here. So I'm talking about Black women, which what she was talking about, right? You notice that she stay talking about women. She ain't crossing the line and say, well, let me tell you, she might say this is what's happening, but she ain't coming across to try to like get the brothers to do nothing. She's trying to clean up the sisterhood, right? It's like me. I ain't trying to clean up the sisterhood. I'm trying to clean up the brotherhood. I just try to tell Black women what I see and what I see and what I think you could do to win. I think you could do to win. Now it depends on what, like some people just want companionship, right? Some women just want companionship. They don't really want a husband. They just want somebody they can spend time with every now and then that gives them, like Sister Annie was saying, that feeling of feeling like you're a woman, that you're desired, that you're wanted, stuff like that. And they give them that feeling. And then, that's it. That's all they really want. They ain't at the point where they're like, well, I want to spend my rest of my life with somebody. And at that point yet, right? But everything has a price. That's why I say tell everybody up front, you're a virgin, you want to go out with dudes, and you know that they are going out with you because you met them in the sexual marketplace, then obviously sex is going to be an issue that's on the table that person needs to know that's not for them. Right? That they don't have no chance of having sex with you. They need to know that up front. Because they're gonna feel like, hey man, this person played with me. All right, y'all. Let's do a little bit more Shahrazad, and then we're gonna call it a day. We'll call it a day.
And birthing children. Those two things have a great deal to do with the survival of any people, the reproduction of the nation, and feeding them the proper food so that they can live. Those are very important jobs. Those are very powerful positions because it puts us in a position to decide who's going to live or die and how slow they're going to die by what we feed them. We have a very powerful position. That's not a small role that we play. We have just been taught to misrepresent and misuse that power. The people who we have been counting on to give us the truth about how to get along have failed. The white people don't know how to get along. They don't have that information themselves. They don't get along with nobody on earth. So they don't have no information to impart to us about how we're supposed to get along. They change their relationship rules at will. We have, tons of Black children around this country that I hear from who have grown up traumatized by the fact that they were referred to as the outside child. When we were having children like that, they called it illegitimate children until the white woman started having them, and now it's single parenting. See, they changed the rules according to what they're doing. So I've called on our people to change them depending on what we want to do.
Man. Shout out to Sister Shahrazad Ali, man. Shout out to the sister, man. She had a good cause, man. Shout out to her. Holy smokes. She said it was you was having illegitimate children when they was focusing on us. When they started focusing on white people, it was single parenting. Wow. See, with the kind of power that's in the word, right? All right, y'all. We talked about that, man. The reason why I brought up to Sister Shahrazad Ali, man, because I wanted to show how the Black family is falling apart because of misunderstanding, not just the Black men, but in Black women, Black children, right? What are we teaching our children? Are we teaching our children? Are we showing them loving relationships? Are we showing them how to handle conflict? between each other? Are we showing them how to deal with money? Right? Most of us, we don't take our children down and sit them down and say, okay, this is how much money I got to pay bills. Now, I'm going to pay this bill. I'm going to pay this bill. I'm going to pay this bill. This is how I do it. I pay it over the phone. Or I pay it through this. Or I pay it this way. That's how we handle this situation. We're not showing them how to handle money. Hey, okay, brother, I put this much in the S&P 500. I put this much in my 401k. I put this much in my retirement plan. I put this much in the, I'll pay this much for life insurance. Most of us are not teaching our children that. I'm talking about us as black men. You know, black women probably not as much either, right? What do we teach our children? How to survive. So what do? They hit the ground and they looking to survive instead of looking to thrive, right? And then those black people that look to thrive, we have an issue with them because they ain't just looking to survive like the rest of us, right? It's a combobulated situation. It's a combobulated situation. And then on top of that, when you have a group of people that will not listen, that don't feel like they need to listen to you. Why? I don't have to listen to you. You ain't got no yacht. Clarence, you ain't got no yacht. You ain't got no mansion. Why should I listen to you? If you think about it like that, the only time I'm listening to somebody is if they got a yacht or a mansion, or if they got 40 women or they got 30 women, right? Like Fetch and Fit, right? You got to have 30 women under your belt before I'll even listen to you. So now they got other young men thinking the same thing, right? But at some point, sooner or later, a man's gonna want that help meet. Just got it in you, brother. You can't help it. But if you got the wrong ideology of what a help meet is, you're gonna be expecting a woman to be something that she's not, right? You expect a woman to be this person that she may not be. She may have to grow into that, right? A lot of maturing me and my wife had to do. We had to do a lot of maturing together because we was both young and dumb. Certain points she was a smart one. Certain point I was a smart one. Now we had to get to the point where as a man, unfortunately, as a man, it's not unfortunate, but it's unfortunate for men that you have to prove yourself as a proven commodity because the average woman's not going to listen to you, right? See, I had to prove myself as a proven commodity. If you listen, then things will be better. I had to prove that. Now, I don't have as much pushback as I used to have a lot of pushback, right? What do you know, Clarence? You ain't got no mansion. You ain't got no Maserati in the driveway. Why should we listen to you? I said, you don't have to listen to me, right? Well, I was telling him, hey, man, because one day, if you keep not listening to me, I'm going to be over here and you're going to be over there. And you're going to say to yourself, woe is me, for I lost the best friend that God ever bestowed on me. Because that man really loved me, right? He loved us through all our faults. And we sent him away unloved, unappreciated. I keep telling, I mean, hey, you can not listen to me if you want to. I'm just telling you the truth. Eventually, you're going to have to deal with that, right? Shout out to the city. Yeah, man, we just telling the truth over here. We just telling the truth. But that's just a shout out Ali. Do you agree? You disagree? You want to come up in a little while and tell me, hey, I agree with you, bro. I agree with Sister Shahrazad, Clarence. I think that this is this. Or I disagree with her. I disagree with her. I don't feel that Black women learning how to take care of their families is an issue right now. I don't think that it's an issue. I think that the bigger issue is the fact that black men are just not doing what they're supposed to do, or whatever, right? Whatever your issue is, right? Come up here and tell me. Come up here and tell me. But anyway, give me a minute. I got to give you your. We got to move on, y'all. We got to move on because I'm already at an hour and a half. Holy smokes, man! All right, we got to move on, y'all. I got to get y'all to. I got to get y'all to Black History Minute real quick, man. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see here. Let's do this and then this and then this. There it is. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Today is the 18th, right? June 18th. Let's see what happened. By the way, this website is blackhistory.today. Go check them out. Go check them out. On June 18, 1942, Bernard Whitfield became the first Navy African-American commissioned officer. After World War II, Robinson became a well-known radiologist. He spent the remainder of his career in work caring for his fellow veterans at the Veteran Administration hospitals. Robinson was born in 1918 in Chicago, Illinois, died on August 23rd, 1972 in Allen Park, Michigan. Yeah, okay. There's your first Navy commissioned officer, Whitfield Robinson, right? Shout out to the brother. Shout out to the brother. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, all the dudes that's father figures. Happy stepfathers, stepdads, grandpas, whatever teachers, administrators, coaches, whatever role you playing as that shows, that provides teaching and leadership for young children, especially the black boys. Thank you. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you. We honor you today. We honor God. God is our Father, and we all say Happy Father's Day. How do we show God Happy Father's Day? We try to walk within what He gave us, right? He gave us some information in a lot of different places, right? Because He knew that if I put it all in one place, that it's going to be easy for the people, the doers of iniquity, to just go there and trash it. So got to put it in different places, so they ain't got just one place to go to try to trash the word. But God is here. Our Father is here, man. Remember the Jews tried to play Jesus. They said Abraham is our father. He said, how can Abraham be your father when Abraham, his father was God? He said, God is the same one that sent me. He said, but if you love God and you love me, how could you would try to, he said, you can't love God and love me, because if you love me, you wouldn't be trying to kill me, but you're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me, and the one you said you love, God, He's the one that sent me. So how can we all be on the same team and you trying to knock me out the box? Basically what He's telling them, right? Oh man, shout out to Jesus, man. All right, let's see. I think that's your Black History Minute. Don't the Bernard Whitfield Robinson. Don't take my word for it. Dig that. Go to blackhistory.today and go check out a lot of that Black history, man, for yourself. All right, y'all. That's him. That's the Black History Minute, y'all. What else? What else we got to do? Oh, I'm just gonna say a quick word about jobs, man. People say there ain't no jobs out there that's gonna pay you good. There's jobs out here that's gonna pay you good. You just got to get your act together and get yourself, set yourself up so that you can get a job that's gonna pay you well, right? The best of all worlds is that you do something that you love and you get paid a nice salary for it, right? That's the best of both worlds, right? That's all the worlds interconnecting, right? But most of us are going to have to find work where we can find it. Hopefully it pays us a living wage. You know what I mean? And hopefully we can learn how to get to do something we really like and get paid for it, right? Shout out to Brother Watkins, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Happy Father's Day. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I owe Brother Watkins a fish dinner, man, so I got to get that fish dinner to him. We're going to work that out, Brother Watkins. I am, man, please forgive me, man. I'm usually good about stuff like that, but I'm still getting better. I'm still healing myself, man. Shout out to the Great Pill, man. Great Pill said, good title. I'm here for the conversation. Right on, man. We're going to have a conversation after we get started here. Let me send all our people the links, man. You got to send the home team the links first, y'all. Who's the home team, Clarence? Who's the home team? Home team is the people that have been supporting from the jumpity jump. So they're the ones that get the links first. They want to jump in. Sometimes the home team, they just sit back and they say, okay, here we go, Clarence. Okay, Clarence, come on now. Sometimes they do, man. Sometimes they say, I know, Clarence, man, you talk forever, man. You long stroking and stuff. I do. I admit that. I can admit that. I'm not going to. I don't say, man, oh, no, I don't even do that. No, I know I do. I know I do that, but I gotta. It's a method to my madness. It's a method to our madness over here, man. But shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate all of y'all, man. I'm about to send out some links over. The one I really want, I hope she's ready. Hope she's ready to get up and get in the mix, man. But yeah, we're gonna try to get Patrice up here in just a second, y'all. How's your day? How's your Father's Day going so far? How is it, man? How is your Father's Day going? Did you reach out to your father? Huh? I mean, your biological father, or the man that stepped in the place of your biological father, or your older brother, or your older cousin, or your older grandparent, or whatever, right? That tried to step in there, right? Or your stepfather. That right there takes a whole degree of understanding, man. Right? To actually be a father figure to some children that aren't yours. Really? Really, y'all. Really. It's hard. It's hard. You know what I'm this computer ain't it's going so slow, man. Let me do this, y'all. Because this computer is going really slow. I got to get another computer, man, because this one is going real slow. Whoa. All right, man. Let me put these links out here. Then we go. Wait a minute. Hold on, man. I said, edit. I guess. All right. Let's see. Oh man, finally. Okay. I know Rico's probably not coming up here. Rico's like, man, what you doing something on Father's Day? He said, brother, you ain't supposed to be doing nothing on Father's Day. I said, I know. But I'm doing what I want, man. I'm gonna spend a little time with the family, and then I'll spend time with my wife and my other family, right? I'm gonna spend time with them. Right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? All right, y'all. Shout out to Simon, by the way. Shout out to our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Shout out to Happy Father's Day, Simon, by the way. Shout out to our resident sniper, Risa Neal's in the building. So now things are going to be all right. All right. Yeah, so anyway, send everybody links. So now what we're going to do is start talking about Juneteenth. What is Juneteenth? Let's watch a little something that'll tell us about Juneteenth, y'all. Let's watch a little something that'll tell us, give us an idea what Juneteenth is, right? Because some of us don't know, right? We may not have a full understanding of what Juneteenth is, right? Shout out to Juneteenth, right? Let's watch a little something that'll tell us what's going on with Juneteenth.
My name is Marcia Chatlin. I'm a professor of history and African American studies at Georgetown University. I'm a historian of African American life and culture. Juneteenth is a commemoration holiday of June 19, 1865, when a group of African Americans in Galveston, Texas, received the news that they indeed were free. President Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, but news of the end of slavery in Texas had not traveled to this community until 1865. Since then, Juneteenth has been a day of commemoration of the struggle against slavery and a celebration of freedom. One of the biggest misconceptions about Juneteenth is that people often think that was the day that slavery ended in the United States. But in fact, the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in the United States, was passed in the Senate on April 8th, 1864, and the House on January 31st, 1865. Although Juneteenth celebrates the knowledge that slavery had ended, it's important to remember that the conditions that mirrored slavery, whether it was Jim Crow or the suppression of civil rights or continued struggles to fight racism, those continued long after the end of slavery. And so.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Well, first of all, let me bring Patrice up into the building. What's going on, Patrice?
Hey, what's going on, brother? Happy Father's Day to you and all the gentlemen in the chat and all the fathers around the world and the father figures.
Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all of the father figures and the fathers. Shout out to everybody. Let me just announce some people in the chat real quick, Patrice. Let's see. We got Foxy Moon's premiere. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Foxy Moon. Glad to have you in the building. Who else is in the building, man? Simmer. Simmer's in the building, man. Shout out to Brother Sim. Man, I'm telling you, man, if you're trying to get your web page popping, maybe you might want to call Simmer, man, and get some consultation from that brother, man. That brother's like Sim, like forcing me. Clarence, this is what you got to do. I'm like, okay, Sim. Sim got a lot of good ideas, man. I'm like, okay, Sim, damn, old man, Sim, you got to give me some time to get this together. But shout out to Sim, man. Glad to have you in the building, man. Very, very strong proponent of mine, man. A supporter of mine, man. And he support me so much. If I do something wrong, guess what? Sim will be right on me like, hey, Clarence, what's going on with this here, right here, right? Shout out to Sim. Foxy Moon said, happy Father's Day. Hey, thank you, Foxy Moon. Appreciate you. Foxy Moon said, my biological father left me, and the man that raised me died 2 months ago. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, sis. But, hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? The best thing we can do is remember the good that person brought to us, right? That's why we saying not only fathers, but fathers, figures, uncles, brothers, cousins, anybody who stepped into that role, we gonna acknowledge them today. Let's see. Everybody good. Yeah, we good. All right. Patrice.
Yes, sir.
You there? Okay. So we're talking about Juneteenth, right?
Right.
Okay. What did you want to open up with and say about Juneteenth?
I just want to talk a little bit about some of maybe the lies or the untold truths that a lot of our people probably don't know about Juneteenth and the history of Juneteenth. You know, everybody seems to think that, yeah, when slavery was abolished and when Abraham Lincoln did the Emancipation Proclamation, that everybody was all of a sudden free all at one time. And that was not true, as we see with Galveston, Texas, and with General Granger and the Confederacy during the war. The people, the slaves that were enslaved in Galveston, Texas, were not notified until later, which I seem to think that it may be a myth around that as well, because as big as a state as Texas is and all the other cities whose slaves were free, during that time, the Emancipation Proclamation. I just don't understand how the notification didn't get to the people in Galveston. So to me, that's always been a little bit questionable, but just some of the myths around people, even after Juneteenth, still thinking that slaves were free. And when there's more documentation and history showing that even during that time when so many of the slaves were set free, there was still what they called, I guess you can call it sharecropping or indentured servitude, but there still was a form of slavery that was still taking place. And in my humble opinion, all the way up until this very day in 2023, it just has a different name. To me, it's called human trafficking, but that's a part of, to me, still being some form of enslavement. As we know, there's still forms of enslavement that's going on in Africa as well, and a lot of other third world countries. So I think some of the light need to be shedded on how we as Black people in a community or culture always allows the government or the elected officials to give us holidays, tokenism, statues, and not laws and not policies and not economic empowerment, right? When we talk about these things. So just want to cover some of that and have our people to have a better understanding of the true meaning of Juneteenth and, in my humble opinion, how it should be celebrated, because a lot of us think that, and I'm going to ask you when you get a minute too, Bro Clarence, to pull up the true Juneteenth flag, because it's not the flag that we are portraying. The flag that's being portrayed is actually the red, the black, the green with a little yellow. That's actually more the Pan-African flag. That's not really the actual Juneteenth flag. So, and I don't even know if our people even know this. So, just hopefully you'll shed a little more light and give a little more knowledge to our people about Juneteenth and how we just continue to allow a lot of tokenism given to us and holidays and not actual economical empowerment for our people for the things that our ancestors went through and some of the things that we're still experiencing through the system systemically right to this day.
Okay, so first of all, let's go back. Why do we need a Juneteenth, and what does it actually represent? What does Juneteenth actually represent, and why do we need that?
Well, me personally, I don't think we need a Juneteenth, just like I don't think we need a Black History Month, because as a Black person in America, who born and raised here, whose ancestors died and fought here for free 99, I think our history is everyday American history. So again, when we continue to accept a lot of tokenism, to accept a lot of holidays, to accept a lot of statutes, and not fight for or accept or demand a lot of economic power, or not demand policies and things of that nature, I think that it comes into play, because we have to remember these are all the things that political figures from the Abraham Lincolns all the way down to these colonels and things that fought in the Civil War during the Confederacy, and how our people were called in to fight in as a part of the Confederacy during the war, the Union and things of that nature, and then how they retreated while they were fighting in the Civil War, and when they came home, and the things that they were not allowed to be given as their white counterparts. So I think we get lost in the sauce of how we have allowed Juneteenth to become so commercialized, and how everybody really is benefiting off of it except us. When it comes to Juneteenth, we may go online and may buy one of those red, black, and green flags, or buy a T-shirt that got Juneteenth on it. 9 times out of 10, they are not owned by Black people. They actually, like we have ice cream companies that is benefiting off of Juneteenth that is not Black owned. So I think that we get so far, and again, we want to picnic and we want to, you know, have the party and celebrate, and that's okay in and of itself to a certain extent. But I think we have allowed even this holiday to get co-opted by a lot of people that are capitalizing off of Juneteenth. I know companies that allegedly sell this Juneteenth flag and the Juneteenth T-shirts and the Juneteenth this and the Juneteenth that, and they are not Black owned, but everybody's really capitalizing off Juneteenth except us. So I think some of these conversations need to be had too. I don't know how much of, as far as the war and the part that Abraham Lincoln played in it with the Emancipation Proclamation. I don't know if people know that was like rewritten and revised like 4 or 5 different times. The part that Granger played in it was sending some of the troops over to let the slave owners know that slavery had ended, you know, like a year prior to it. It's just a lot of like you said, like the word we using now, flugaziness that happened during this Juneteenth time and celebration that I think our Black people is totally unaware of. So just want to open some eyes to it. And we got I sent you some clips, you know, too, we can talk about, that's giving us more education in really the lies and then the truth behind Juneteenth and what it actually means and should stand for us as a people, instead of always wanting to be given a holiday for tokenism and celebration with barbecues and parties and stuff like that.
Okay. Okay, so let's clear up this. Juneteenth is celebration of, like you said, in Texas. They kind of found out a couple years later that the Emancipation Proclamation that got signed, right? they got to find out a couple years later, right? Now, first thing I'm gonna do is pull up the Emancipation Proclamation. Let's pull up and look at a little bit of that, right? And let's see what the Emancipation Proclamation was talking about. Okay, now this is Wikipedia. I don't know if you guys can see that, right? Okay, yeah. Wikipedia says the Emancipation Proclamation, officially Proclamation 95, was a presidential proclamation and executive order. Okay, I want you guys to understand it. It was an executive order. It wasn't a law. It was an executive order issued by the United States President Abraham Lincoln on January 1, 1863, during the American Civil War. During the war, not the war was over, during the war. The proclamation changed the legal status of more than 3.5 million enslaved African Americans in the secessionist Confederate States from enslaved to free. As soon as slaves escaped the control of their enslavers, either by fleeing to Union lines or through the advance of federal troops, they were permanently free. In addition, the proclamation allowed for former slaves to be received into the armed service of the United States. On September 22, 1862, Lincoln issued a preliminary proclamation. Its third paragraph reads that on the first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or the designated part of a state, the people thereof, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall then be thenceforward and forever free. And the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons or any of them in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. On January 1, 1863, Lincoln issued the final Emancipation Proclamation after quoting the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, is stated, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy of the United States in time of actual armed rebellion against authority and government of the United States, and as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, do order and designate as the states and parts of states wherein the people thereof respectively are this day in rebellion against the United States the following, to wit. Let's go down here. I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated states and parts of the states are and henceforth forward shall be free. Such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed forces of the United States, and upon this act sincerely believed to be an act of justice warranted by the Constitution, upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. God. What do you think about that, Patrice?
Yeah, and I people should realize that, because I know we love to say, well, Lincoln freed the slaves. Please know that he didn't do it as an obligation of wanting to be nice to Black people. I mean, it was an obligation of because it was more of an economical thing. They was fighting in the Confederacy for the war, and they needed troops, and they needed, as much as they didn't want to admit, they needed Black people to help them to win the war, and Black people stood in the forefront to help them win that war with the Confederacy, and by being a part of the Civil War. So please know that, we like to say, oh, he freed slaves. Yeah, he didn't have a choice. Basically, he did it because it was a necessity. He didn't want to do it because he was also benefiting off of the backs of slavery. Absolutely. As well. So let's be clear about that. So and it was.
Well, I'm gonna show you, Patrice. I'm gonna show you right now. So, and right here he said, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of power in me vested by as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy of the United States in time of actual armed rebellion against authority and government of the United States, and as a fit and necessary measure. Now, so this is a necessary measure of war. Ain't got nothing to do. I love you, Black man. I love you, Black woman.
Or all men created equal.
This is a necessary. This is a necessary, fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion. That's all we doing. I'm letting these people go because, like you said, Patrice, I need some of them to fight in the war, and I need to destabilize the economy of the South. Now, you think about it now. You got 3.5 million people working for free, and all of a sudden they can't work for free no more. That is going to destabilize any economy. Now you ain't going to be, because I'm telling you, what set the South up, what gave the South the most, just blew it up like crack cocaine, was the cotton gin.
Mm-hmm.
The cotton gin made the South rich. And see, this all started, the whole conflict between the South and the North, it started because the South was like, why are we gonna pay all these taxes? Y'all ain't even doing it, but we paying all these taxes for a government that's trying to end slavery. They said, we gonna be done with it. As a matter of fact, this is what really got the South in trouble, is they decided they did like Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi. They said, hey, let's stop taking, we're going to go off the dollar. We're going to create our own currency. Their fate was sealed at that point, right? So the U.S. government had to attack them first, right? They had to go at them first because they were trying to put together something where they didn't have to take U.S. dollars, and they was getting money, right? So they had to go in and squash them out. But so that's why I wanted to establish why what was actually going on. That this man, it wasn't no love for Black people. I feel it's the right thing to do, right? You never see him say,
all men are created equal.
Huh?
I said, and all men are created equal, because
Yeah,
we
yeah,
hear
you don't
that
hear
as
that,
part
right?
of,
All men are created
as a
equal,
part of the, the Gettysburg Address, the
right?
Emancipation Proclamation, the Constitution. Those things were put in there to make it look like, that what it was, but it was a facade. Most of those men were slave owners. Most of those men were men that were benefiting off of slaves. If they didn't even own slaves, they benefited from them. They did business with the slave masters and things of that nature. And even moving after the they were set free after Emancipation Proclamation, even the raw deal that the slaves got after they were freed, where the reparations went to the slave master and not the slave. So even the promise of Lincoln saying, release all the slaves with 40 acres and a mule and things of that nature that we never got. And that's why the fight for reparations, it's all tied in together in that. And to know that our white counterparts came home, and them and their families was given land, they were given housing, they were given funding to start businesses and things of that nature. And then you had former slaves that fought in that war that got absolutely nothing when they came home. So I want us to really be clear of a lot of things about when we celebrate and how we celebrate. I'm not saying you shouldn't celebrate it, but I'm saying be cognizant of knowing even right today that we're still not benefiting off of these holidays that we allow the government or the elected officials to give us. We're not taking a look at the bigger picture and saying, no, we want economic empowerment. Don't give me a holiday. I would rather not have a holiday if you're gonna give my people some money. If you're gonna make equal to how what our white counterparts had when they came out of the Civil War, as opposed to the slaves that were forced and made to fight in the same war and got absolutely nothing. So we need to really be cognizant of the whole knowledge of really truly knowing what Juneteenth is about and how we really should acknowledge and celebrate and embrace it. And hey, it's all good that people gonna be off tomorrow. I just found out Friday I was gonna be off tomorrow. I thought I was gonna have to work. I'm not saying ain't nobody gonna take a free day off work with pay.
You go back to work, Patrice. How come you ain't gonna go to work?
Right, but I'm saying, hey, enough tokenism, enough holiday, enough statues. Give us some policies, give us some procedures, and give us some goddamn economic empowerment. How about that?
Yeah. Because you know what? I noticed the Asians ain't asked for a lot of holidays, right? The Asians they do just like us. We need this pass, right? But when they talk to them, they know better than to try to give them a holiday or Obama Lane or whatever, right? They know better than to do that. They say, okay, what you want, right? But here we go. Here we go. Now here's the reason why, Patrice, because the Asians put money together in these super PACs and so we're gonna get its money. But black people, when we don't, we try to get people to stand on a moral issue.
Right. Exactly.
Issue, and that's not good enough. That's not good enough. We got to be going in there.
And we spend millions and billions of dollars on some of the wrong things sometimes when we could, like you said, form super PACs and put the resources and funding behind the people that are going to protect us and give us the very same things that as our Asian counterparts got or as our other race of people have gotten in America. Seeing to think that since we all have, most of us that are black, except for ones that were here already and indigenous to this land already, because please know that we were already here too, that some of our people were already here too. Just to know that for the ones that, if you've ever found out that your ancestors helped build this country for free 99, those are absolutely some of the things that we should be demanding these politicians, like you said, make it the same way they did the Emancipation Proclamation. What is it called? You named it earlier, where you take it to Congress and make it a law as a protected class, if you will. That's what I believe that things like that is what we should be fighting for, to be protected classes the same way as our Jewish counterparts, our Asian counterparts, or the LGBTQIA plus community are all considered now.
Definitely. So Vaughn had a question. Vaughn said, so the slaves were set free solely to help Americans fight a civil war. That is correct. And it had nothing to do with abolishing slavery because it was wrong. That is also correct. Not only that, but we would put on the front line, right? That is correct.
All correct, Vaughn. All correct, my brother.
Get a man a cigar. That's a hat trick right there, man. Yeah, get a man a cigar. That's exactly what happened. And on top of that, there's only one thing you left off, Vaughn. When we got done fighting, they wanted to go back to the old master slave relationship. Unfortunately.
And listen, let's be clear. Like, the government will never admit and tell you that, and neither would most politicians. But the truth is the truth. When you look at it in reality, when the South realizing that they were losing to the North and going to lose to the North, and they were short men, they didn't have enough men, and mind you, now these were men that they didn't even want to give. Talk about the part where they didn't even want them to even have weapons for a long time. Like some of them fought in the war and didn't even have weapons, right? But the ones that they did finally allow to have weapons, they were on the front line fighting with their white counterparts. They gave them weapons because they had no choice, but they were so afraid to do it because they thought they were going to in turn turn on them, right? For all of the atrocities that they had done to them. That's why I say we are such a forgiving people, right? So we do this because we know if we fight, this is going to mean us and our families and our generations to come are going to be free. And that's all we have ever wanted as a people, right? And then they say, okay, well, you do this and you're going to be treated equal like your white counterparts. But we all know that did not happen when after the Civil War ended. We know that there were many former slaves that fought in there. They had absolutely nothing. They died broke, destituted. They were sick. They were impoverished. They died from many diseases, and they never got any form of anything when it comes to housing, when it comes to veteran benefits and things of that nature. So yeah, Vaughn, all of the above are absolutely correct, unfortunately.
Hey, Vaughn, what's going on with you, brother?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, man.
Day, brother.
Yes, sir. What a beautiful day. Happy Father's Day to everyone.
Hey, wait a minute. She didn't say Happy Father's Day to me.
Yeah. I don't know how that went.
I came up here. I did.
Oh, all right. I don't know. I'm saying, I know you text me this morning, but I'm like, man, I'm getting jealous if you telling Vaughn and then you didn't tell me, girl.
No, I just wanted to acknowledge. I just wanted to get up and acknowledge the fathers, who are listening and those who are in the chat.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. A good job. Continue on, gentlemen. Absolutely. Continue on.
Absolutely.
But great topic right now. Talking about this Emancipation Proclamation. When you read it and bring these points out, man, it brings such clarity to it, right?
Says it right there, right?
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a love fest. It had nothing to do with the love fest.
Right there, man.
Love wasn't even involved in it. Wow.
But go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry, Mom.
Well, many of us don't know this. We didn't see it that way. We just thought that the good president, woke up one day and decided and said, well, hey, guess what? This is wrong what we're doing. We need to change this. We need to abolish it. Right?
That's what you was told, right?
For these reasons,
that's what you was told.
And so what a good president he is. See?
Exactly.
But now when you go to reading and you see what it really is about.
Hey, and they didn't even tell you what party you was in.
And it even says.
Wait a minute, Vaughn. What political party was Abraham Lincoln a party of? What party was he?
The Republicans.
He was Republican.
Okay.
He was Republican. They didn't even tell you that, right?
Wow.
They didn't tell us none of this stuff. They didn't tell us none of this stuff. They just said, Abraham Lincoln, he felt so bad in his heart for you running around with the hair like Farina from the Little Rascals, right? You run around with all them little things in your hair, right? Or stymie or whatever, right? Run around like that.
Wow.
He felt so bad for you. He said,
you know, wow, that's crazy, you know? And then when you go down, Brother Clarence, and you read it, you know, where it says, I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within the designated states, parts of the states are, and here for, I can't see it from where I'm sitting, but shall be free, right?
Yeah.
Now, but then he goes on and he says, well, such persons of suitable conditions, you know, will be received into the armed service of the United States. That right there just says it right there in a nutshell.
Yeah.
You know, we're literally setting you free for this purpose.
Yep.
That's it. You know, and it's in black and white. It's in ink.
It's in black. It's amazing. It's again, it wasn't about love. They never had love of us for us.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So Black people really need to be clear of that, because you know we so quick to listen. I used to think the same thing all in school, you know, because when you grow up in a whitewashed schooling system where everything is about what the white man did and how the white man made it right, and how Christopher Columbus discovered America, and how Abraham Lincoln freed the slave, as we should be grateful. But it was
but they told it to us the way they wanted to tell it to us.
A bold-faced lie. Absolutely.
Exactly. They told it to us the way they wanted us to understand it. You know what I'm saying? But man, this is a good point, Brother Clarence, that you're bringing out today. You know,
man,
a lot of our young people are unaware, because, you know, who goes back and reads this proclamation? You know, some people haven't even read it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Don't know. You don't know what you don't know.
The other night, I hadn't read it since, oh my God, what, high school? I think.
But it goes to show you that, you know, and America has been this way for decades. You know, when their backs are against the wall, you see what I'm saying? You know, they do different than what the norm is for them. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's set the slaves free, because we need people to fight. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? You know, wow, that's something, man.
Yeah.
What a history! What a history!
Listen, America has a shady, dirty history to always want to pass judgment on other countries and get involved with other countries' businesses and things like that when it benefits them. We've always been, unfortunately, a country that only when it benefits us will we stick our nose in things, or when we try to run things, you know, with other countries for people, like what we're doing with Ukraine and what we did for so many others countries. Believe me, it was always a back end story of how it would benefit America. So like Farrakhan said, when he was interviewed by, I forget his name, Dan Rathers, I think it was, he said, I dare America have a lot of nerve, all the dirt that we've done, all the pilgrimaging and the colonizing and this and that we've done. How dare we have the nerve to try to judge other countries, unfortunately. And this is, you know, part of the greatest sin against humanity, you know, that America has ever done, that it has yet to pay for. And I think that is why the Bible and everything else talks about the sins of America and how America is going to fall into such fugaziness and horrible, horrific things that is currently happening. It's almost like prophecy coming to fruition as we see it unfold every day in America right now. Look at when they took prayer and all the different things out the schools, and look at the school system now, where we are. Look at what's happening. I mean, pay attention what's going on in the world around us. And you can tell that it is so true that prophetic saying that how we have fallen as a nation is so true, and it's prophecy. It's biblical.
Well, let me say this, y'all. So what I wanted to do is establish what do we need where does this Juneteenth thing come from? So I wanted to get a backdrop behind it. The backdrop is obviously the slaves were freed through an executive order. It wasn't law yet.
But it was prior to the June 19th, right?
Yeah, it was prior.
It was way prior to that.
2 years prior.
Well, but now see, that's a long space in time, man. Yeah. You know, for somebody to have set you free and you only become aware of it after how many years?
2 years, right?
Wow, nobody was reading, right? Nobody knew. Listen, that's
Vaughn,
crazy.
Vaughn, look, you were working for free, then you worked for 2 more years for free, right? Like you already working for free, and now you work for free, right? It's like, yeah, you don't work there, but so they signed it into a law. The government signed it into law in 1865. They came with the 13th Amendment, right? They signed that into law. But I'm saying before that, it wasn't a law, it's an executive order, right? Right, which the president has the ability to make executive orders, right, that supersede whatever a state is doing. He can write an executive order that can supersede that. So he can write an order. It was legal. It was legal for him to be able to say, okay, look, any territory that's within the jurisdiction of the United States, I can outlaw slavery there. Boom, period, right? Because the federal government supersedes any state law, right? So nobody can debate that. No, we can't question whether that was the president had the authority to do that. He had the authority to do it. He did it, right? So that basically made it illegal to have slaves after that. Now, the 13th Amendment comes along and says, okay, now you can't enslave somebody, right? It makes these people free. But this proclamation made it free, make you free, but it doesn't mean we can't continue to enslave new people, right? The 13th Amendment says this is a stop right here. You can't even enslave nobody else no more. This is over. It's a done deal.
Right? If we pay attention and we really, and I know it's been a long time for a lot of us, when we talk about the 13th Amendment, but you see how they cleverly wrote the way they wrote things and the way they worded things. Because, after the 13th Amendment says that, but then what does it say? This little snippet part in the 14th Amendment. So there's a part of where you can still be a slave if you go to prison, if you become a lawbreaker. So there's that part in the 14th Amendment says, "Except ye be a prisoner."
Okay.
Wow. Well, you know what? I would definitely say this. Thank God that we were able to come as far as we have. You know what I'm saying? We've come a long way. And not that there still aren't some strides and hurdles that we still need to get over, but we've come a long way. You know what I'm saying? And so that should be acknowledged as well, Let
me see. 13th Amendment, neither slave nor involuntary servitude except as punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. That's the 13th Amendment, right?
Right. So that's what we're saying now, like people that are in prison and how we still say right to this day, they working for slave wages or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
like they make furniture and license plates and all those things. Those are slave wages. So that's why they stuck that little part and kept it in the amendment, and they didn't change it, and they probably won't if we don't fight for certain things to be changed when it comes to when you talk about these things that were written hundreds of years ago, and nobody has fought for things to be changed in these amendments. It's baffling to me. Just like certain stand your ground and the castle laws, these things were written hundreds of years ago, and to know that they have not been changed or amended or abolished or anything like that is sad. But yeah, I was going to tell you, please play the videos because I want us to get more understanding of the Juneteenth definition.
Okay, so just to let the people know, just to let everybody know, the family know. Okay, family. So we've already established that Abraham Lincoln, it wasn't out of the kindness of his heart, said it right there. He said, "Hey, we got to do this. We got to pull this move to destabilize the economy in the South, and to get soldiers, to get more. Build our numbers up with soldiers here. If we free them, they're gonna come running over here to grab a pistol against their oppressor. So they gonna come run. So it was a two-pronged thing to make happen, man. So now we've also established that the proclamation happened on in the I forgot the date, but in 1863, which means it was 2 years prior to the actual end of the war, right? He was already free. They ain't come and tell you to after the end of the war, right? So they tell you, hey, by the way, you was free 2 years ago, right? Didn't even know. But unfortunately, most black people at that time were illiterate,
Wow.
right? They were illiterate, so they
Yeah.
didn't know nothing about, the dates and times and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They looked at things as moons, right? Many moons
Right.
ago, right? All right. So now we've established all of that, y'all. Now we're going to talk about I guess these people are going to tell us about the history and some of the stuff that Juneteenth is really about, because it's basically, like I said, it's a celebration of the people in Texas finding out that they were free 2 years ago, and they just found out today, right? Instead of saying, "Hey, you didn't even tell us we were free," and going into the house and dealing with the master, right? They decided to have a picnic, right, and celebrate. But anyway, man, that's a whole other story. Anyway, we're gonna watch. This is the Young Turks, Dr. Richie, and he's gonna talk to these other people about Juneteenth. So let's check it out.
Dynamic.
It looks like a young Cornel West.
About providing the caveat.
Stop it, Vaughn.
We really did not elect politicians to go to DC and give us holidays. Now, I say that because the same people who voted yes to Juneteenth as a federal holiday are the same people who voted no to the George Floyd Policing and Accountability Act. They're the same people who voted no to the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. They're the same people who voted no to equal pay for equal work. All right? So as a policy expert, Senator, give us your breakdown of the significance and the insignificance of Juneteenth as a holiday. Not as a movement, but as a holiday.
Well, thank you for this, Dr. Richie. And only on TYT are we going to get this truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us, God. First, I definitely want to shout out Mama Opal Lee, considered the grandmother of Juneteenth. She's been fighting for this, I believe, since the late 80s. She is in her 90s, and she should be lifted for her perseverance and what she not only was trying to do, but what she has accomplished. And she's still out there on the front line. So I want to put that out there. Thank you. Because she had a vision. Without her vision and her fight and having over 1 million people sign a petition, we would not have even gotten the holiday. And it is a symbolic reflection of unanswered business in these United States of America. And so on the policy side, Dr. Richie, as you have laid out, these same folks don't care that student debt is not canceled, which would have a positive impact on all working people, but particularly the Black community, and particularly Black women who hold the largest amount of student debt. These are the same folks that let the child tax credit expire. These are the same folks as Reverend Dr. Barber and his colleagues just marched on Washington just on Sunday. The Poor People's Movement, 140 million people living in poverty, Black people disproportionate among those, have a death. I mean, they just have a 10 ear to those kinds of struggles. And so we do need policy fixes, not just some scraps, not just a celebration. And I mean that in not any disrespect to Mama Opal Lee, because see, Mama Opal Lee did what she was supposed to do. Now we need these other folks to wrap some stuff around this celebration so that we have real transformation for the African-American community in this country. And that's economic transformation.
All right, y'all. Is she right? Is she wrong? And what can be done? Hello, everybody. 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 Hello, hello. Y'all
Hey,
just want to hear me sing. Y'all just want to hear me sing. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Do y'all think that she's right? Sister's right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think she's right. And I do want to salute Sister, I think her name was Ogilvy, the lady that had been fighting since the 80s to get to Juneteenth to be a holiday. I think she's like in her 90s or 100 or something years old. So I do want to say salute to her and acknowledge, just for her to even get, Congress to even acknowledge the existence, right? We have always had to have fight for things of that nature. So salute to her for that. But again, like I said, that's only a small piece of the token, right? Of tokenism that we should not allow when there's no economic power or policies and procedures behind said holidays to help protect and to make us a protected class of people in our communities and in our culture. So,
yeah. What about you, Vaughn? What do you think? You agree, disagree? What?
I agree.
All right, so I agree as well. I think that holidays are nice, but I think one of the reasons why we just getting holidays and parks and stuff like that, and Obama Boulevard, like we got out here in LA, right? That's nice. That's cool. But when white people get it, they get other stuff with it. When Asian people get it, they get other stuff with it. Matter of fact, Asians don't ask for no party. They don't care nothing about no party. We giving you all this money. This is what we want in return. And so we got to start understanding that, we stuck on this moral thing, right? Well, I want this person. I'm gonna vote for Joe Biden because he's not as racist as Trump, right?
Now that gets me right there, Brother Clarence.
What's that?
He's not as racist. I mean, is there a little bit of racism in there somewhere? Because if you're not as racist as this other person, that it must mean that somewhere along the way that there's a little tiny bit of racism.
But those are the only choices you got on the table, right? Like Mr. Farrakhan said, you got a choice between the devil, Satan, Beelzebub, and Lucifer.
I mean,
right?
it's kind of like saying it's
right.
Right. It's kind of like saying, hey, he's the least racist out of all of the others.
Yes.
Now, what does that mean? You're the least
racist. This is what it means. Let me give you a working example of what it means. You can choose between the guy that's going to stab you 5 times or the guy that's only going to stab you 2 times. That's
wow. Let's be real.
Still getting stabbed. That's the point.
But we all do that. We do that as Black people, do we not? When we say, well, we got to vote for the lesser evil. Hello, we still saying vote for evil. So at the end of the day, And
Good
in my
point.
humble
that's
opinion,
true. That's true.
in my humble opinion, if you look at the history, and this is what I keep telling Black people when it comes to politics and voting, when you look at the history of how long Biden has been in office affecting Black people, as opposed to how long Trump has been in office affecting Black people, who you think is the most racist? Biden has a longer history, over 50 years as a public figure, that have done nothing but been a part of the Dixiecrat, been a part of the racist political agenda when it comes to Black people, has been friends with Bill Duke, who was the head of the KKK, who have said things like he didn't want your children that were Black to go to school with his children. When he said the nefarious thing, he's had 50 plus years a head start, 40 plus years of a head start in politics as opposed to Trump. So who would you say politically has been the most, have affected Black people the most when it comes to politics? The 94 crime bill, he was a part of that. Not Trump was nowhere around when none of this was happening. So if you really want to talk about the lesser evils, and Black people love to say that, who is the lesser evil politically that has hurt our community and culture the most? Is it the one that told you if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black? Or is it the one that used to hang with a lot of our Black celebrities who are Republicans, but all of a sudden when the media told him he was racist, and now we want to suddenly say, oh, he's racist, and open our eyes to it? Biden has a history, 40 plus years of being that racist when it comes to politics and how it's affected us as a community and a culture. And I'll land my plane with that.
All right. By the way, y'all, Patrice said that Biden was friends with Bill Duke. I don't think so. But so I know,
he was friends with him. He was friends.
No, I know what you mean, but Patrice, I'm going to give him the right name. That's
you
all.
know what I mean. You roll.
I'm just
down with the program.
the right name, Patrice. That's all.
The program.
David Duke.
Thank you, David. Not Bill Duke. Not Bill Duke is the Black director. Oh my God, I didn't mean him.
Bill Duke is the Black director. That's all I was going to do, Patrice. You're spot on with everything else. You're spot on. I just wanted to correct that. That's all.
Thank you for the correction. Yes, I mean David Duke.
I know Biden ain't friends with Bill Duke. I know it. Anything to add, Vaughn, before we go watch some more of this video?
Nah, go ahead, brother. I'm here. I'm listening.
Risa said, David is his name. Goddamn, I know his name is.
Thank you, Risa. But I want you guys to pay attention to what this sister is really gonna say when she talks about the third. I forget what it's called. It's like the third part of the Emancipation Proclamation. That could be a tongue twister, but really pay close attention.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's go. Let's watch the rest of it.
That's a great segue, Dr. Hamilton. You talk about economics in almost all of your lectures and how it connects back to policy and to decency of life. So Juneteenth, obviously, a celebration of overcoming. But the reality of Juneteenth is rooted in the fact that they did not want enslaved Black folk or enslaved Africans to participate fully in the economic reality of America. That was the actual barrier. So let's talk about Juneteenth in the context of, do we still have a similar barrier in this modern construct where the powers that be, they don't want Black folk to have that kind of economic power in this country?
How much life insurance can I get without a medical exam? How does up to 100?
I mean, there's so many links that are going on today that we can go all the way back to the time in Galveston when the general entered and issued that field order. You know, for example, there's this narrative that Juneteenth is about Black people realizing that they're free. That's completely wrong. What Juneteenth was about in that instance was a military might that was able to enforce an emancipation. And similarly today, one could even argue our political movement that got us to the point where it's recognized as a holiday is sadly linked to all the atrocities that have taken place with George Floyd, with other examples that took place that has led to a recognition of some of the injustices. I guess the large point I'm trying to make is that the violence is not delinked from economics. It's not delinked at all. And as you astutely point out, that using violence to subjugate a people, keep them in their place, and even the threat of violence has direct implications on one's freedom. And one's freedom needs to be defined in terms of economic freedom. If it's not authentic. If we talk about freedom to vote, freedom to choose, those are important human rights. But equally important as a human right is an economic right to a job, is an economic right to some income, is an economic right to some capital. And throughout American history, Black people have not been afforded the same access to these attributes. And what's worse, when they were able to accumulate by heroic efforts to get land, to get capital, it's never had the political codification that's been afforded to white people. In other words, the threat of violence or actual violence, the fraud, the malfeasance that takes place from the private sector without a political apparatus to protect a citizen from that has been our American history.
There's always a front-leaning narrative, a public relations narrative that comes out of these historical events. When I tell my college students that the Emancipation Proclamation actually did not free all enslaved people, they look baffled. What Abraham Lincoln did is provided a proclamation specifically for places under Confederate control. And you had about 4 variations of America outside of Confederate control that still legally had slaves, okay? Once again, the public relations narrative says, wow, Abraham Lincoln freed all of the slaves. That's it. So let's run with that. You know why? Because that story's simple. It's binary, good, bad, right? He did it or didn't. But that's not the reality. It's very nuanced. Senator Turner, let's talk about the trickery even today of what seems to be good policy in the front, but on the back is bad policy. We see this with, for example, the celebration of Juneteenth. What has happened to Juneteenth? It has become massively commercial. So much so that they are selling damn ice cream with the word Juneteenth on it and not giving Black folk one dime.
Did I not just say that? Y'all know what company it is, right? I'll just say their initials is B and J. Okay.
Wow. I mean,
Wow.
but what would you expect, though? You know what I'm saying? This is we've seen this go on for decades. This is the type of treatment, Yeah.
I mean, man, can you imagine us? You meet the 3 of us. We get together. We start an LLC. We start a company, and we start selling the we call that the Auschwitz lollipops, right? You go into the Jewish community. You think a Jewish community will let us come in there with that?
Nah, I doubt that, bro. Yeah,
exactly, bro Clanton. That's what I'm saying. My sentiments exactly.
Right.
But you know what? The brother. What's the brother in the middle's name? He puts me in the mind of the grandchild or the great grandchild of the Cornel West brother. Looks like he's a very young version of him.
Yeah, he does favor Dr. Cornel West.
Just don't have a gap in his teeth, huh?
Right. And y'all know, brother, Dr. Cornel West has announced his run for presidency, right? Y'all do know that.
What?
No, I
Oh
didn't
man,
know
I
that.
didn't know that. I didn't know that either.
Yes, he has, guys. Y'all gotta, y'all stay tuned, pay attention, don't
Well,
sleep on it.
if he could actually get up there and do some debative work,
Oh,
that would definitely
he'll
be
kick butt in a
interesting to
debate.
see. Yeah, that would
He will kick
be
butt in a debate.
interesting to see. Yeah,
Yeah, but let me tell you where he will go. Let me tell you where he's going to have problems raising money. Other than that, he'll do good, right? But when it comes to raising money, he just ain't got his hands in these rich people's pockets. Like, and that's what it takes. You got to have money to start to do a national campaign. You got to have some people with deep pockets on your team. So I don't know how he's going to do that. Now, if we as black people get behind him, I don't know. Now, he would definitely have a lot of black people behind him if he say, I'm a Democrat.
Well, he planned on running as a Democrat Party against the Republican Party, specifically Trump. But I don't know. I haven't been too crazy about Dr. Cornel West lately. He has fallen into a lot of the hypocrisy of the far left liberals. I just can't with him sometimes. I mean, I got mad love for the brother, but but I, like you said though, I think the main thing that will kill him will come when it is going to come to the resources and the funding to put that. That's going to kill him. Yeah.
That makes sense too. That makes sense too, Brother Clarence, what you were saying.
Yeah, because he's smart. He'll be able to debate anybody. It's just when they start going on the road trying to get money.
Sorry for the sirens in the background. I live 2 blocks from the hood, so I don't actually live in the hood, but I'm 2 blocks over. No.
Right, like two blocks over across the track, you in a whole nother world, right?
Hey, Patrice, you know how we do in Chicago, right?
Right, live on the other side of the tracks, right?
There you go, and that's supposed to be the good part. But man, let me tell you, 2 blocks down.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all see how bougie Vaughn is. Y'all see Vaughn is bougie, right? Vaughn say, I'm not in the hood. I'm not in the hood. I'm just 2 blocks away.
Yeah, 2 blocks away from it.
All right, y'all. So now they pretty much established that Juneteenth should be more than just a it should be more than just a holiday, right? It should have some significance to it, right? It should have some significance to it, right? So now who is going to put that significance there? Should we go to the government and expect the government to put that significance there? Or should we go to the black community and expect the black community to press that issue? Or who should we expect that's going to do it? We're talking about financial. We're not talking about financial now, right? Who else? Who has an incentive to promote this situation?
But you're talking about the celebration of Juneteenth, right?
Right.
Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Wow.
I would say,
listen. If it's something that we have decided to celebrate, then let it be among us. Why are we making such a big issue out of it?
But it's not only
everybody doesn't celebrate Swedish Day. In Chicago we have Swedish Day, don't we? But some people call that Valentine's Day.
But what I'm saying, Vaughn, is that's.
So are we trying to make this a paid? Are we trying to make it a paid holiday off?
No. What we're trying to do is say, we deserve more than that, than just the
right,
just the holiday.
Just the holiday. Yeah.
What we would rather have is resources to help us achieve financial independence, and self-reliance, rather than a holiday.
Well, listen, right? Anything that we can come up with to uplift or promote or edify our people, well, I'm all for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for that. But what would be some of the benefits of Juneteenth being recognized? However you all were talking about.
Yeah. So to
What would be
answer,
the benefits? What would be the benefits?
so to answer, Bro Clan, so if I can answer to the best of my ability of what understanding what you're saying is, it has to absolutely start with we the people. We the people, right? So, like you said, if we formed more PACs, more community governance that has to go to these politicians and say, look, we want more than just a holiday. We want more than just tokenism. We want more than just statues. Here's what we want, and actually have an actual list of an agenda of what the demands to say, hey, we want more economic empowerment in our communities. We want more resources, funding. We want better uh, uh, after school programs that are no longer in existence. Bring back this in our communities. Bring back that. Bring back things of that nature, along with the holiday, right? Like so many other, like I said, organizations have. And how about a policy to put in force for former enslaved people and the ancestors of former enslaved people, right? If you just gonna give us a holiday to celebrate that it was that these slaves learned 2 years later that they were free, how about throwing this in there as a package deal instead of just giving us the tokenism of a holiday, a day off with pay? So to answer your question, it starts with we the people. We the people, because we the ones that have the power with our money. We the ones that have the power with our votes. We the ones that put these people in office. We the ones that spend money, $1.7 billion over here in hair care products. We the one that spends, trillions or billions or millions of dollars in this sector as a Black community. We have the most resources and funds when it comes to the economics and how we affect this country. So if we redirect that energy into we the people need to demand more than just a holiday, then that's where the ball should start rolling. We can get the ball rolling, in my humble opinion.
Well, you know what, Patrice? I mean, listening to you, man, it just I really appreciate, your the way you feel and express yourself about the topic. You know what I'm saying? You really seem like you have a heart toward what you're saying, and I can appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? You're very passionate about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I like when you talk about these particular topics like you do. You have a lot of information, a lot of insight, and it's very encouraging, hearing your passion for some of these things. It kind of makes me want to have the same passion. You know what I'm saying?
That's good. That's
Well,
good.
thank you, Brother Vaughn. I appreciate that. That is, to me, for me, learning. And again, you guys, I know a lot of inside stuff from being in politics from the inside and seeing firsthand how it works when I worked the Obama campaign. And I wasn't always this way. Please know that. I wasn't. I was totally in the dark, totally ignorant to a lot of things too. But when you have worked in a sector and you see how it works, like the science of politics and things of that nature, then I got a better insight than joining ADOS and things of that nature. I was like, wow. I was amazed at how much our people did not know and were uneducated when it came to the science of politics and how it worked. And no matter how a lot of us try to get away from it, don't want to admit it, don't want to be involved in it, politics is what works and moves this country from a local all the way up to a governance, all the way up to Congress. That's how it is. That it's a commodity, and that's how it works. And the only way, when you look at, like Bro Clan said, how these other communities have put their resources and funds together to get things passed, we see it and we know it. We just don't do it. That's the difference. We just don't do it.
Yeah. And you know what we do? We tell ourselves, man, you know what? If I vote, it ain't gonna help anyway. My vote ain't gonna help. Now imagine you got 40 million people saying that. That's 40 million votes that ain't getting cast because they all saying the same thing. Oh, my vote ain't gonna count. What is my one little vote gonna count, right? But it can shift things, right? And the Asians ain't that big of a community, but they pool their resources, right? They pool their resources together, and they learn how to play the game. They said, okay, morality ain't what this thing is about, because they would have never put us in these concentration camps if it was about morality, right? So we can't go to them and say this is a moral issue. We got to go to them and say, we put money in your campaign. You better make sure we get some reparations here. And they got it. The Japanese did that, right? They not only got reparations here, but they got reparations at home too, right? They put money together to do it, right? The Indian community, the Native American community, they started putting money together, right? Because how did they get the money, Clarence? On Indian land, a lot of big businesses, they do business, mining and other big businesses on Indian reservations, right? See, they gave these Indians this land. They didn't know that they have lithium and all these other things that they use for these car batteries on their land. So they do a lot of mining and stuff on their land, right? Oil and all. So they have to pay them. So the tribes will get little bits of money, right? Now, do they have infighting on it? Yeah, but overall, they got a little bit of money to say, hey, look, we need reparations too. And so they put their money together because they learned how to play the game. Okay, these people, this ain't the Boy Scouts here. This is American politics. We need to not worry about how good of a person it is. We need to worry about, are they going to pull the switch that we need them to pull? Whether they racist or not, who cares? Are they going to pull the switch that we need to advance our cause, right? And so, but I think black people, man, we get stuck on whether this is a good person or not. My own mother, she used to say, I hate Donald Trump. I say, why, Ma? She said, I hate him because he's a racist. I said, what's that got to do with his political, the political switch he's going to pull for anybody? She said, I just hate him. And that's that. I said, all right.
That's true. That's literally how black people are.
Right.
Because listen, when they argue the point, they like, yeah, I just can't vote for him. He just a racist. I say, so Biden isn't, but you voted for him. Like, so again, and then they come with the two of the lesser evils, and then I give them the history of Biden in politics versus the history of Trump in politics, but I just still can't. I can't. I go, okay. Yeah. Because I know it's indoctrinated in us. It's embedded. It's socially engineered in us. It is tradition in us. It's so many things in us. And trust me, you guys, when I used to be that way too, until I had to see for myself on the inside how things worked. And when I saw the money and the funds and the checks and everything coming in from said communities that got their policies passed, they got laws passed, I said, okay, see, I said, black people, we've been doing it wrong for decades.
Right.
We've been doing it wrong. Forever, we just like, oh, they look like me, they black, so they good. I'm gonna vote for them because they good. I ain't even, listen, I used to go and vote straight Democrat down the line. Didn't know nothing about none of these folks.
And you know what? That's how we were taught, Yes, we weren't thinking about the individual's policies. Right. We were just thinking about the party. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
these
absolutely.
You just have to and listen, that's how I came up too, voting just down the line, Democrat. It doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? Because some of them are just as crooked. I call them Democrats now. And then I call the Republicans Republicans.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So there's evils on both ends of the spectrum. You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So you really have to
Correct.
look at policy. You have to look over all of
That's
the
it,
the
Vaughn.
moral stuff, and you
Good
know who's a
point.
Christian and who's not a Christian.
Yeah,
You
forget
know,
that.
if you vote that way, then you're not going to get anywhere.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because
And
they're
I'm
gonna
not
run you
a
around.
great person to speak on politics. You know, I think I've made that clear before. You know, but I do find it interesting. You know that this is the mindset that we have. You see what I'm saying? If they
Well,
black,
that's what.
if they're black, let's support them. You know, but just because you're black don't mean you're right.
Yeah. Now, see, now that's not a bad idea, right? That's not wrong. If you think like this, like if they black, I want to support them, right? See, that's not wrong. The wrong part
Yeah,
is
nothing wrong
we're
with
not doing
supporting.
we're not doing a deeper investigation to
That's the
find out what
part.
they're actually talking about, right?
That's the
But
part.
for us to desire to help our people, that's not. See, they're using that against us. They're trolling somebody out there where
exactly.
we would like you know, I'm sorry if you were supporting them, Patrice. They roll somebody like Herschel Walker out there, right? And they say, oh, he black, so he'll get
And
a
then
lot
when
of
they
black
do
vote
put
too,
and
right?
then when they do
Well,
put
I don't live in Atlanta, so I wasn't supporting her so
Well,
much.
I'm just saying they would roll somebody out like that and to say, okay, this person can get the black vote, and we'll, you know, he'll be able to get their vote, and they won't even look into his policies, or if he has any relevant experience in doing any of this. They'll just vote for him just because he's black, because they want to support their people, right? And which
And a
is
lot of times,
what we want to do, but we got to investigate who's behind them, who's behind them. There's always a hidden hand back there, so we want to know who's behind the curtain.
And see,
that
that's
way,
the thing too, Brother Clarence, is a lot of times when we are put in these positions, we're used as pawns, you know, to do the white men's bidding.
Correct.
You know? And you know, some people will be offended when I say it that way, but that's exactly what it is. You see what I'm saying? We become like puppets on a string.
Correct.
You know, and we have to move to the beat and the movement of the puppeteer. You see what I'm
Now,
saying?
I don't know if you guys know, but like when Adolph was coming to the table, having a conversation with Ice Cube about the reparations, you know, because you know Ice Cube was going to head that for us. He had got with some economists and some other high up people that were going to the table with Trump's administration and with Biden's administration, right, when they were running. So we already know that Trump was willing to have the conversation, right? And of course, everybody wanted to cancel Ice Cube, right? So Biden administration, him and Kamala Harris was the ones that told Ice Cube, see us after the election.
Yeah.
Pay attention as to the one who was going to have the conversation before the election, and the one that says, oh yeah, wait till after the election. Now, mind you, after the election came, Biden won. And it came to the attention of Ice Cube to address the Biden administration again. And he wanted to come with his team of people. These were people that, like I said, were economics, sociologies, and archaeologies, like in all facets of walks of life where it would have covered reparations. People that were good in housing, healthcare, the economy, banking. Like he had a whole team of people, because we know, of course, Ice Cube couldn't go himself and say, you know, say all of this. So they want, but you know, the Biden administration told him, well, we want to add T.I., Killer Mike, and I think David Banner or somebody else to the meeting. And now they just wanted to come solo, right? With some little menial list talking about what they wanted to demand. I think one time T.I. read his online, and it was like this letter to like Lords of London and a couple of banks. But if you don't have the knowledgeable people behind you to fight these things, and this is why I say it's so important that ADOS have these team of people, because we have to take this to Congress. So Ice Cube told Biden administration, no, if I can't come by myself with my team of people, then there's no conversation. Why do you have to have all these other rappers that don't know what the heck they talking about. And I'm just gonna keep it real. The same way we sit up and made it cool for Cardi B to have a conversation with Biden, and she don't know shit from Shinola. But see, this is the stuff black people like, you know. Oh, cause she's a rap star and she did let her. She can't speak for our people. She don't know shit from Shinola. But
Right.
but you got Ice Cube that says, hey, I don't know everything, I'm learning, but I got a team of people that do. And they didn't want to have that conversation. So I want black people to really pay attention because Trump was willing to have the conversation before he even got in office. So the argument for me always be with black people. They say, well, he wasn't going to do nothing for black people. I say, well, have Biden ever at least said he was going to give black people a $500 billion black platinum plan?
No.
I said Biden never specifically said he was willing to have a conversation to do anything for black people. I said at least Trump was. I said, so we want to talk about being at the table. It's not going to always be with people we like or agree. I said, but if you're going to be with the one that can start to get something for our people, that's what I wanted our people to realize is where we dropped the ball totally. When it came to that, we dropped the ball and we may not ever get that opportunity again.
The only way we're going to get the opportunity to be able to influence politicians is by creating super PACs, playing the game, and outplaying other people in the game. That's the only way. We're not going to go to them like we've been doing.
What do you mean by super PACs? Explain that.
Okay, a PAC is a political action committee, right? They're allowed by the government to donate lots and lots of money to political people running political campaigns, right? See, one person, you and me and Patrice, we one person. There's a limit to how much we can donate to a person, right? But a political action committee can actually donate lots and lots more. I forget the number, but they can donate a lot more money as a political action committee and repeatedly donate. Whereas there's a limit to how much we can donate. Well, I don't know if it's $1,300 or $1,800, something like that, that we as individuals can donate, right? To one political party, candidates, contribution fund. But a PAC, a political action committee, can donate lots and lots of money. Now, a super PAC can even donate lots more money. Get up in the millions they can donate, right? So we don't do that. We don't donate money to these people. We don't. And if we do it under the people that actually have the most to benefit through that person getting elected. We donate money through them, through their PACs. So we're not even going to really get the full benefits because the PAC was set up so that this person can benefit to push the program of this one group, right? White women, white men, Asians, Latinos, whatever. Black people we don't have a super PAC where there's like $40 million sitting in the kitty. And we go to the person and say, we got this $40 million. So we got this $40 million. If you want this money, then you need to do this. We need you to, when you get elected, you're going to have to do X, Y, Z for us, right? Because that's basically what a president has, is a big, long to-do list for the people that gave him all that money, right? His job is to get that to-do list finished before he gets out of office. That's what he's supposed to do, right? And so, go ahead, Patrice.
No, it basically boils down to politicians are purchased. They bought. You buy to get the things that you want passed as far as your community or your culture of people, and especially from a local level. So now when you vote your chiefs of police, your judges, your county sheriffs, your aldermans, your people like that on a local level, you have more control of what goes on in your community. And even on a community level, on a local level, people that don't look like us do that more than we do. why you think you go to certain areas where there are non-Black people, and you'll see a resource center, you'll see after school programs, you'll see after school basketball camp, this camp that, but you go into impoverished, lower income to middle class, and you don't see that, specifically when it comes to predominantly Black communities.
Wow, when you said alderman, I was reminded of good times. Alderman Davis.
Exactly, Danny Davis.
Listen, we can't, be electing people like Alderman Davis, man, putting him in office because you know what I'm saying?
We all know Alderman Davis was a crook among crooks, and unfortunately, speaking of that, Ron,
Project family.
and speaking of that, we know that also. Let's be real about what a lot of our people do when they do get into this office and power. They become the Alderman Davises. They sell us out every time we vote for them, and then they sell us out and they sell us down the river every single time.
Talking about Wilhelmina and Wilhelmina.
But
that's
bro,
that's what happens. Yes.
But finish playing that part, because that sister getting ready to speak on that important part. I was telling y'all, I really want y'all to pay attention to what she's getting ready to say about the Jews.
Yeah, we got to wrap this up, y'all, because I gotta talk about these content creators that think everybody's supposed to, flip to do things the way they want to do it. So I got to get there. All right.
Say what? Say what?
Yeah. I know you. I know you don't know how YouTube works, Patrice, but that's how it goes sometimes. All right, let me put these people back up. All right, here we go.
All right, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about the commercialization. What looks great in the front, however, may be a very problematic issue in the back.
Sure, and however they can profit. I mean, the African American, our culture, we dominate pop culture all over the world. So that's a whole nother statement. Like, I'm glad you brought up the fact that the Emancipation Proclamation, strong document, glad it happened. And it didn't happen by osmosis. It didn't happen because of the goodness of President Abraham Lincoln. It happened because Black folks pushed for that. People like abolitionist Frederick Douglass was in his ear. That was the push. And there's a magnificent article that was written by Professor Kelly Carter Jackson in The Emancipator about exactly, why is it that Lincoln, the title actually is Lincoln Gets Too Much Credit for Freeing Enslaved Black People. And I mean, she really breaks it down. But before I go there, Dr. Ritchie, and I want to answer your question, I want to go back. So the Emancipation Proclamation, as you laid out, only freed the slaves in the Confederacy, which at that time, because the Confederacy had split off.
Have you ever heard of people who can kneel to walk thousands of miles? Pilgrims in Tibet make such pilgrimages several times in their lifetime.
The North, or the president of the North, which was President Abraham Lincoln, he really had no legal authority over the Confederacy, not technically. So while it was a political ploy, and I'm not saying it wasn't a good political ploy, because sometimes you need good political ploys, we do need to understand that the slaves in the border states, because this is now tactical from a military perspective, the slaves in the border states did not reap the benefits of that Emancipation Proclamation. And that is a problem too. But let me go to General Order number 3.
Come on.
That in Galveston, Texas, right? We got General Order number 3, and it was brought there by General Gordon Granger. And it's very
That's it right here, y'all. Pay attention. Pay attention.
He said the people, now this is written by the executive, right? The people are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection herefore existing between them become that between employer and hired labor. The freed are advised to remain. Now this is it. Y'all better write. Hey, get ready. The freed are advised to remain at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts, and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere. I mean, what the hell? First of all, Black people have never been allowed to be idle. You know, I just want folks to wrap their minds around General
I know
Order
that's
number
right.
3. The relationship is now that of employer and seriously. Think about that. Now, even in that executive, it reinforcing stereotypes about Black folks who built this joint, as my sister Angela, Rye so clearly points out. So even in the doing of it, there is still this encapsulation through policy, through this executive order, that Black folks are somehow less deserving, that we don't work, that our idleness will not be supported. And that's the executive order that the general gave to tell people in Galveston, Texas that they were free. Air quote.
Wow.
Okay.
Let that sink in.
Wait, y'all.
Wow.
You're telling me
I got something to say about that, but go ahead, Brother Clarence.
Okay. You're telling me I'm free and I don't have to work on this job and I don't have to work here as a slave no more. But you're telling me if I don't have a job, I'm loitering. I don't understand. What am I missing something here? It's like, wait a minute. Okay, you just freed me. I might need time to find a job, but you telling me to just go back and work for and demand wages. How's that gonna work?
Wow.
How's it gonna work? How you gonna enforce that? Anyway, let me let you go, Vaughn. Go ahead.
No, it's just crazy when when she said, when have Black people been able to remain idle? Especially in that situation of slavery. They used to even sing a song, an old spiritual or Negro spiritual back then. Oh, I keep so busy working for the massa. I keep so busy working for the massa that I ain't got time to die. There is no idleness involved in it.
I was just singing that song yesterday.
Do you see what I'm saying? I ain't got time to die. That's how hard I'm working for the massa. You see, and so that struck a nerve when she said that. Now, when have we been able to just, sit idly? Wow. But it kind of reminds me, of that whole Pharaoh situation and the children of Israel when they crossed the Red Sea and he let them have their freedom, right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You remember what the Pharaoh did?
What?
He just thought to himself after he set them free and they were crossing the Red Sea. You know what? I changed my mind.
Changed my mind, y'all.
Yeah, I changed my mind.
Here.
Yeah, so if you come back, now you can come back and now if you ain't got nowhere to go by law, you got to stay here anyway. And you might as well just work for pennies on a dollar for the massa. I'll pay you pennies of a ration because see, the law says that I release you and you free. But if you got nowhere to go, you got to come back to massa.
We'll pay you a wage. So we're going to pay you a penny an hour, a penny a week.
But you know what? But many of us did do that. Many of us did do that.
Absolutely,
many
absolutely.
of us did do it. We settled for that. Yeah.
Yeah, because the older ones did because they didn't know no better. The younger ones said that's why they always want to keep the older ones and the younger ones apart because the young they want to know what's out there. They have a natural curiosity of what exists out in the world. The older people were just like, hey, I've been a slave all my life. Even if you put me out,
yeah, I'm gonna die here.
Yeah,
and they died on the plantation. And a lot of the younger ones went further north. Even though they didn't have nowhere to go, but they went with nothing, went further north, walked until they got to where they could go and find work. And that's how they started their lives. So this whole pull yourself up by the bootstrap stuff, like that our people like to say, listen, we have pulled ourselves up by the bootstraps with nothing. I get tired of people using that analogy because it really pisses me off considering where our people have come from. Yeah. So listen, we have done way more with way less.
Why you didn't stay in England and pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Why you had to come here? You know what I'm saying? You're going to use that logic, use it on yourself. Why you come over here? Just stay over in England and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? But no, you wanted to go someplace where you'll be free to express yourself. And we want that freedom too. And we had it before we got involved with you. But that's a whole nother topic. I'm going to let y'all land the plane on.
Just the mentality that we were forced into, you know what I'm saying, back then, You know, it just for you to just, you know, coin a song or pen a song, you know, that, you know, stating that, you know, oh, I keep so busy working for the master. Keep so busy working for the master. You see what I'm saying? I ain't got time to die. I mean, that was the mentality.
Vaughn, you wouldn't have been a good slave. You don't even say massa, right? It's massa, not massa.
Well, massa, whatever. You know, but these were the songs that were sung. These were the songs that were sung.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
man.
saying?
Swing low,
And-
sweet
and-
child.
Yeah, you know, and I ain't got time to die. This means that, man, how hard am I working where I ain't got time to die?
That I mean, if you think about that, that is a crazy statement in itself, right? I'm working too hard, so I ain't got time to die. That's crazy, right?
That's crazy.
That just
man.
don't even make no logical sense, right? But slavery ain't chattel slavery is not a logical situation. It's purely economical, right? It's not about
Exactly.
whether this is that or this is that. It's purely economical. Hey, if I have you working for free, I'm gonna make a ton of money, right? It's basically what if any of you have an iPhone or any of these cell phones that we have now, is basically how we got these cell phones. Is the Chinese are basically doing the same thing to their own people over there. That's why you can go on Alibaba and order things so cheap over there, because they
And them
have
sweatshops, they have them working in them sweatshops. But that's a form of it as well. People still don't think that they think because they get paid pennies on the dollar. Well, that's still a slave mentality. That's still a form of slavery. And to know that we are living in a day and age in 2023 where this is still going on when it comes to sweatshops, when it comes to the sex trade, when it comes to so many of these different things that they want to say is in what do you call it, indigenous servitude or whatever. When you are making pennies on a dollar, when you know you're not making enough for living wages according to wherever you live in the world, state, country, city, whatever, and it is, listen, our average American isn't making the qualified median weekly when it comes to what according to the cost of living in America. We all know it. For America to be one of the most poorest, impoverished countries of people with poor and impoverished and homeless people, is no reason when we want, I think, fourth or fifth largest, richest, wealthiest countries in the world. Something is wrong with this picture.
Yeah.
And it's because of things like this. It's because of capitalism, to a certain extent. I'll say that. It's because of a lot of the unfairness that is going on with companies and organizations and corporations versus the American working people. And I do want to say in closing, when we're talking about Juneteenth, I'm so glad that we had this topic and conversation, because our people really need to know the true effects of Juneteenth, but how it still affects us right to this day. If we do not continue to ask for more than what they are giving us, because listen, they are the ones that's setting these holidays. They are the ones giving us these statues. They are the ones that's giving us these tokenism. We're not demanding anything. We're not demanding more. We're not demanding more economic resources for our communities, for our culture. We're not doing it on a more higher level that we need to. So to say in closing of what you said, Bro Clarence, without creating these type of committees and super PACs and PACs on a level where we got to realize that politics moves this world. It moves this world. When Black people get that, and put the right resources and funding behind it, and realize that we just can't just say, I'm gonna give you my vote and I did my job. It's got to be a fight for more than just that. If we want, listen, we might be dead and gone. We see what's deteriorating in America now with the economic growth in this world. We may be dead and gone, but what about the future of our children and our children's children? What is it going to look like for them? And if we continue to vote certain politicians in that's causing this United States of America country to go to shit the way it has been going lately, I feel sorry for them. I'll be dead and gone. I won't know it. But Lord have mercy on them. I land my plane with that.
All right, man. Shout out to Mandrell, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. All right, so hey, so look, we like you said, we're until we learn how to play that game, all of this whole this is the right thing to do. But American politics does not work that way, and I think that it's tough for us to get it right. We want to go with the person that on the surface cursory looks like they're identifying with us, right? Bill Clinton went out and played the saxophone and went on Arsenio Hall, and we said, "Ooh, Bill Clinton, he's one of us," right? So it's just instead of saying, "What is Bill Clinton really talking about? What is he really talking about?" He got lucky and got caught the tech bubble when it started blowing up. He got lucky on that, and but as far as like doing a lot of things for the health of the country, yikes, right? So, but we have to get more political savvy and savviness and say, okay, now we know we got to start a political super PAC or PAC so that we can put some money. Because what's the major advantage to having a PAC with millions and millions of dollars in it? The one major advantage that you have is you can go to the candidate you want to support and say, hey, either you do what we are you going to do what we asking you to do? And if you're not going to do it, because see, you got to be able to have a way to enforce what you asking for. You got to have a what's the word I want to use? A consequence for if the person ain't going to do it. That's the only way in American politics you're going to motivate somebody is you got to present a consequence if they don't do what you asking them to do, right? So you tell them, hey, we got $40 million, we got $50 million in the bank. We willing to give it to you if you're going to pass this respiration bill, or if you're going to pass this or that bill or that law, or whatever, right? And if you don't, what's the biggest threat we got is we're going to say, we're going to give this money to your opponent. That person going to say, I don't want you to give them $50 million. Let's sit down and talk. Reason why they didn't sit down with Ice Cube, Joe Biden and them didn't sit down with Ice Cube, because Ice Cube came with a piece of paper. He didn't
and
come
a team. And a team. Don't leave that team out.
No.
He came
But
with
what I'm saying is, even with the team,
he came with that agenda.
But that's not why they didn't sit down with him. They didn't sit down with him because he wasn't bringing no money to the table. See, if you bring money to the table, they're gonna at least sit down and talk to you and find out what's going on. Because now they know that you got a lot of support because you got this money from somewhere, right? But
no, bro, Clarence, he was coming with us, with ADOS. We have funding. ADOS is funded by us to take it to Congress.
But I'm saying, did you guys come to the table with a check for $40 million, $50 million? Did you guys come to the table with that?
Not right off the bat, no.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Patrice.
We have to have the conversation. We have to have the conversation, though. If you're not even willing to talk, though, I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying. And listen, Biden and Kamala Harris know that we have funding. ADOS has funding. Right. They know that we have it, right? Because we're trying to push it all the way to Congress for reparations. So they know there is funding, but that you have to start the conversation to tell them what you want before we say we're going to put this funding behind you. We will put this funding behind you, and this is what we want. That's what I'm saying. That they didn't want to have the conversation until after he was put into office, and then after. He's still trying to control the narrative. We're wanting to bring in T.I. and Killer Mike. Who are they? Like, they have done nothing but ran their mouth. They have not done nothing on the effective level that Ice Cube had done. Cube has said with ADOS. Ice Cube has said, we got these, ADOS has said, we got these team of people that we gonna have behind you. This is what Ice Cube literally got educated on the ADOS movement, because he wasn't there either, but he was a good mouthpiece. He could be the representation and the mouthpiece. We be the funding. We give you the team, but the Biden administration didn't want to have the conversation afterwards because they wanted to control the narrative.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, Patrice, I understand it. That's why I'm saying that even if they didn't want to have a conversation. Well, first of all, let me tell you the real reason why he didn't want to have a conversation is because he had Kamala Harris. With Kamala Harris, running with Kamala Harris, he didn't need to have to talk with black people no more. He already got somebody on the.
Yeah, because they gave us a alleged token black woman who never said she was black until she ran for office.
Right, and then
and we fell for that okie doke.
No more, right?
We fell for that okie doke.
Now
and what does she do again? What does Kamala do again? Because I don't really see her doing anything. What has she accomplished so far?
She's
maybe that's a different show.
I don't know, but she's the vice president. She's the first black vice.
We know that. I get that part. I get that part, Brother Clarence. I'm just saying, absolutely what has she done?
I don't know what else she did, Vaughn.
Since she's been in that.
Maybe she plays good tennis or volleyball or something. I don't know. I don't know what she's done. It certainly hasn't made a lot of
I could tell you what she done. Absolutely nothing but said, well, I'm not just going to do something for just black people. Well, honey, you ain't even done things for just black people or anybody else. You done jack it.
Well, I think they have opened their arms to the rainbow community.
Well, I was getting ready to say except that.
They have opened their arms and opened up the kitties to them. And I can't blame the rainbow community. They put so much pressure on them.
Hello. And money. They gave them money now.
Money. There you go, Patrice. And money. They put money, a lot of money back there. Whereas we as a group, now ADOS might have been doing some, had some money. But I'm talking about like that community, they connected in the entertainment industry. So I'm talking about they put tens of millions of dollars.
Yes, they are. I will say that. I ain't mad at them either.
Yeah, me either. So I'm saying we got to just get up to speed. We got to get up to speed and say, okay, you want these people to talk to you, you got to be putting in some. She says she is. Risa. She said she's part of the Asian community. Then she said she's part of the Indian community because her mother's from India. Then
exactly.
She's been everywhere. She's been everywhere, man.
She's all over the road.
Remember that commercial? I've been
everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
But hey, you know what? It worked for her. It worked out. But the problem is we can't look for her to actually do anything to really to help us. We got to learn how to help ourselves, man. We got to learn how to play this game. The accents are not going around.
I agree with that.
I believe that I believe y'all. We come to them with good intentions, right? Like
Clarence, I just got it. Brainstorm. I just got it. Okay. I know what Kamala Harris gave us. What? Chucks and pearls. That's what she gave us. She gave us chucks and pearls. God darn it! I knew I'd think of something.
See, I told you this girl crazy. This girl, she's smart, but she could be silly when she want to be, right? All right, y'all. So in closing up about the Juneteenth celebration, I'm so glad
are we done? Are we done with Juneteenth now? Are we done?
I think we're gonna wrap up Juneteenth because I got to get to these content creators.
Okay, so we're wrapping it up.
We only got another hour, maybe 40 minutes. Hold on, okay, I got a whole nother topic for go. Hold on.
All right, so we're done with Juneteenth right now. Right?
We're gonna put it to bed. Just to put as we always do. We always end on the solution, which I like that we always end on the solution, right? It's just then he said
that last of that video, it should give us a great solution, and it's only a little bit left of it.
Okay, but I'm gonna give you a solution right now. The solution is we got to get more involved in the political process as a group. We got to stop, making excuses why, we got to, especially on the big races, the bigger races and the smaller races, we got to get into, especially from local out. I would say we got to, if you can study about the head runners, study about them and find out what's going on with them, what's their program, what's their plan, what do they want to do. Don't let them be like Maxine Waters. They just come out and say, don't vote for them because they racist, right? Don't listen to that. You got to go out and say, okay, Maxine, what's your plan for this issue? What's your plan for that issue? What's this? What's
Auntie that? Maxine, Auntie.
Yeah. I mean, ain't nobody, I don't care who they are. Nobody's too good to be questioned over what they're doing if they're in political office. They should be, they should be questioned every now and then, right? They should lay out what they're trying to do, right? So, you know, don't let the name get you all caught up.
You went
question
mute, bro.
everybody. But anyway, I will play a little bit more, Patrice. But we gotta get moving. Gotta get moving.
This sister finna close it out though.
This is serious. And this country continues to perpetuate. See, that general order number 3 is a perpetuation of what is happening right here in 2022.
Doc, I want you to opine on that.
Oh man, I love that you read that, because it demonstrates the weaponization of race and the fact that our legal structure has never treated Black people the same as white people. And you actually reading the text made that clear. I mean, the point I was trying to make earlier is that even in the context of so-called freedom, and not a freedom to be idle, as you just talked about, and not a freedom to have mobility throughout society, because you still had that threat of bondage if you chose not to work. And you clearly laid that out. But it was the military might that came in and enforced it. And that's the point I want to make also, that it wasn't just a proclamation that was declared. It was a military might led by a general that came in and enforced Black people to even have that limited freedom in that context. And that carries over today, and that's the point. I mean, we dehumanize people with a legal structure. We talk a lot about bigotry and hatred and all of that, which is a problem and should be addressed. But what is really pernicious is a state apparatus that enforces a property right in whiteness. And it could not have been said more clearly than you just reading the text from it the way you just did.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat, emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Yeah, but what we got to do, man, we already been over it, but I'm gonna say it again. What we got to do is get more involved in the political process, put more money into the pot. Now, I know we as Black people, we ain't got such a good record dealing with millions and billions of dollars. I know we ain't got such a good record a lot of times, but we got to do it, man. We got to start some political power. And if we have enough different political PACs, we have enough PACs, super PACs out there, then we're good. We'll be good. Because if you hear that one is, doing some fugazi, you got another one that you can go to. So that's the thing. We just got to get enough people to start. But see, what they do is, I'm gonna tell you why we ain't doing this is because they'll take a guy like Tim Scott, or they'll take a guy like Herschel Walker. Or
Jesus.
Huh?
Go ahead. I'm just saying, oh Jesus, after all those names.
Right. They take the guys like these guys, and they'll just say, hey, no, just run under our banner.
The token Blacks. Yeah,
you're gonna get paid under our banner, right? So just run. I mean, I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. I'm just using those guys. But I mean, it's Democrat or Republican. So they did the same thing to Obama, right?
Exactly, both sides. You're absolutely right. And I just want to say too, Brooklyn, I know I'm doing my part. I've been in the political realm for a long time, since Obama. And I helped brother Jerome Davison out here in Arizona. And I'm doing that again because he's going to run for Congress again. This is a black man that is running for Congress again in the state of Arizona as a Republican. And regardless, I know, and regardless of the fact that I may be an independent, I like a lot of the things he stands for, his policies, and I would like to help this brother get to Congress. And if I could do that part, he told me he's taking me with him to the White House. So I'm gonna play my part and do mine. I was just asked more of our people to please just get involved in some way, even on the local level. Find out what you could do. Like during the voting process, I started out just as a person that was answering the calls and helping voters decide, which way to go, how to do this or that. And then it grew to working more predominantly on the Obama campaign, with helping actually be a part of the person that was seeing the funding come in. So I'd never seen so many checks and different things in my whole life, y'all, millions and millions of dollars. That's how come I learned and asked questions from the inside out. And that's how I became more politically savvy and learned more about how the science of politics work, guys. So I just want to say, even on the local level, you can do that. Just volunteer. For once, like when Obama ran, I wanted to be a part of that history, to have something to tell to my grandchildren. And I'm glad that I did. Even though he highly disappointed me, I'm still glad I was a part of that history. But just even on a local level, guys, it's a small thing that you can do. And I land my plane with that. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you covering the Juneteenth piece.
No problem at all. It's something that we needed to talk about, right? Because even Sister Annie, who's here now, excuse me, she even said that she had learned, right?
Excuse me.
Even said she learned. She said she learned something, right? I mean, we all learned something from it, right? I learned something just researching it, right? But shout out to her. Let's bring Sister Annie in the conversation. Sister Annie, what's going on with you, girl?
Nothing much. I wanted to make sure I came up today to say Happy Father's Day to you and Vaughn.
Thank you.
And definitely all the fathers in the chat and watching
Wait a
this.
minute. Sister Annie, I'm a father. I've been a mother and a father. Oh my God, I can't believe
it. Listen.
I'm just playing.
She's trying to start a whole nother stream right now.
I know, right? I know, right? I'm sorry. I'm just being goofy. Y'all forget.
I'm going to have to get the manosphere over here on her for that.
I told you, Patrice is silly sometimes, right? You gotta watch out for that, man. She be talking good, right? She be on point, right? Scientific, everything, breaking it down, and then she say something silly like that. So
she opening up a can of worms with that one for sure.
Wait, I want to say to both of y'all, thank you so much. I thank y'all wives for lending y'all to us, y'all kids for allowing us to take y'all away from them. So frequently, but I thank both of you for helping me. Y'all know that my dad, he's not physically here anymore. But I really appreciate both of y'all for how much y'all have poured into my life. Y'all just don't know how much it means. It's helping me to recognize or realize that some of the places where there's some voids, because even, with me having the most awesome brother in the whole wide world and my godfather and some really influential men in my life, you can never get too much male guidance. So I thank both of y'all for being exactly who y'all are and me not ever having to question y'all being so sincere and how y'all care about me and how y'all look after me and how y'all protect me. So I thank y'all so much. So I did not want today to go by and I not actually said Happy Father's Day. So I thank y'all so much.
Well, listen,
love y'all.
that was beautiful.
Beautiful.
And I really appreciate you for thinking that much of me, to say something like that. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was awesome. Definitely.
And I want to say something. Even though it's Father's Day, I appreciate you ladies. You guys come up here and you guys give us your opinions. And I know sometimes maybe you don't feel like it or everything, but you say, you know what, I'm gonna go up support Clarence anyway, support Vaughn anyway. We appreciate you guys just coming up and adding a female touch to what we're saying, because it could look like we just men talking here, but no, we actually have a community here where everybody's welcome to come and put in, and you guys always add a flavor. Even though you and Patrice are both females, Patrice adds her color to it, you add your color to it, and it's still feminine energy, but it's everybody's bringing their own stuff to it. And so we appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being the kind of women that we can say, man, we support these women, and this is the kind of women that we want over here, man, that's smart, intelligent, but at the same time they can be silly sometimes, but at the same time they inspire us to be the people that you're talking about. So thank you guys and by the way, shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Appreciate you, brother. Happy Father's Day to you and your father and whoever else that that might be a father today, brother. Shout out to brother M3. All right, y'all.
Thank you, Brother Clarence and brother Vaughn. I definitely want to say to you too and Rico, thank you for always being the big brothers that I never had, because I'm the oldest in my family. So my brothers are younger than me. So just to even I have had, y'all know I've had y'all to give me that manly opinion and view of things when I've come to you guys and asked you things about certain things, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all have had my back. Y'all gave it to me straight up, no chaser. And I appreciate that, because a woman needs to hear that. Women need to hear that. And it didn't even matter that it was good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. If it was the truth, y'all stood on that, and that's all that mattered. And y'all had my back, and I thank y'all, and I love y'all so much for that. And I want to wish all three of you, hopefully Rico will hear this because he's included, because y'all have had my back on this panel, behind the scenes, in phone call conversations, and everything. I appreciate you guys for that, and I love you guys for that so very much.
We love y'all too, sis. We love both of y'all.
Definitely. Man, definitely we love you too.
Yeah, man.
Now this is a good segue into the comment, the topic right now.
Can we go in? After we get
all about these yes people.
After we do the kumbaya hug,
we're doing our hugs.
No, wait.
Exactly.
Can I sing the song?
Down on this one.
Vaughn, let's sing the song. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya.
Let me give everybody a fair warning. I am about to talk about a subject that I see going around, but in a particular content creator. So now I'm giving you the fair chance to do like Cicini, step down and just say, hey, look, that's your thing, Clarence. I'm gonna just be sitting in the background listening. Okay. So I'm just giving you fair warning, because I'm not gonna attack anybody personally, but I'm definitely gonna deal with the way that I see that there's issues and what might be causing problems from panel to panel to panel, how content creators may be in flux. So
you can write me down. I'll stay in the background.
I'll stay up for it. Listen,
because I need to be able to fuss at you if I need to real quick.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'll stay. Listen, I'll definitely stay up for it.
You could drop me down in the background, because I do have a quick phone call to make, and then I can come back up later if I see choose to fit to do. All right.
Now y'all know Patrice. Patrice, I mean, if I'm really running
good
at
job,
somebody,
brother
Patrice
Clarence.
will come back up here. But
good job. You ran both of them off. Good job, brother Clarence.
I was hoping those two would go down. I was hoping they'd get down, man, because I don't want to get either one of them.
Well, listen, I don't know where you're going, and I'll be honest, I don't know where you're going with the conversation, but hey, I'm here for it, because I look and I see as well. You know what I'm saying? And so I would have to figure out a way to respond to whatever it is that you're saying.
Okay.
In a respectful manner.
Okay, well, let's have a little conversation, Vaughn. We're just gonna have a conversation.
Well, let's go ahead and have it.
Okay. I've been noticing lately. Well, let me say. I'm gonna talk about a specific situation, but I'm not gonna use no names. I was watching.
Here we go. Now we're doing subliminal stuff now.
No, I'm just gonna say it's something. I don't only see this content creator doing it, but I see other content creators doing it as well. But this person has a very long history of doing this. So what happened was I saw where there was a exchange, right? There was an exchange between two content creators. Now, this particular content creator that was on the stage was a lot older than everybody else that was on the stage. This particular content creator goes places and they teach people how to be better wives, or I think they have a wife boot camp or whatever, right? So they can teach people how to be better wives. That's not a problem. I don't think that's an issue right there.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
But that's not a bad thing at all on the surface.
But I'm with you so far. I'm following you. Go ahead.
Okay. So this particular content creator, let me explain to you, Vaughn. This particular content creator had an exchange with another content creator on another content creator's platform. So the two people that were exchanging, it wasn't either one of their platforms. They were both guests on another content creator's platform, and they got into an exchange. Okay, so the exchange actually started to develop into a situation where the one content creator, the older content creator, told the younger content creator, I'm not going to let you say this or that. And like a mother would tell a child, don't say that, right? I'm going to refuse to allow you to say XYZ, right?
Okay, so wait, let me understand. So you're saying that the elder content creator, or the older one, in the bunch, was not allowing the younger person to speak because they had a difference of opinion.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So they wouldn't allow them. I'm not going to allow you to say this, that, or the other.
Correct. That was their position. That was their position. Now they couldn't stop this. Obviously, you can't stop a grown person from saying what they're doing, especially if you thousands of miles away from them, right? But that was that person's position, right? As I'm not going to let you say this. I'm not going to allow you to say this, right? As if they had some type of way to be able to stop them from saying what they want to say as a free human being, right? So, okay, was that the crux of the issue? No, that wasn't the crux of the issue. That's where the ball got rolling. So the other content creator was like, no, I need you to be quiet so that I can finish what I'm saying. Whether it's fugazi or not, I need to finish what I'm saying. Then after you hear fully what I'm saying, then that's probably be the best time for you to make a response to what I'm saying. This is what the other content creator was saying or trying to say. Well, the older content creator said, started interrupting this content creator and started talking over him, right? Talking over the younger content creator. So in his frustration, the younger content creator started to repeat this behavior. We see this all the time on the YouTube streets, right? We see where one person starts talking over a person, then the other person starts doing the same. Then the other content creator starts attacking them personally. Then the other content creator starts doing the same, right?
Yeah,
so
it's just and that's just pointless to me.
Yeah.
Why even go through all of that?
Yeah.
I mean, because at that point the conversation is already squashed. You're just prolonging something that's actually going nowhere.
Right.
But go ahead, Brother Clarence. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm with you so far.
Okay, so far so good, right?
Yeah,
now
we'll see. I don't know.
Well, now the older content creator, the younger content creator, in his frustration, he started to what the older content creator was saying, basically, I have these different I have this different lifestyle that I'm living, right? I'm living this posh lifestyle. So this enables me to be able to make these type of statements, right? Because I'm living this posh lifestyle. So the other person said, well, put the other, and then that person's spouse started chiming in to the conversation. Then another content creator, a whole nother content creator said, wait a minute. If this person really loved you, they would never have let you, stick your head out the window during the train ride, right? Basically, right? They would have told you to keep your head in the window, right?
Okay, I think I know what you're getting at now, Brother Clarence. Go ahead.
All right, wait. So
you pulled me in now, so and I'm up here on the platform, but I believe I know where you're going with this. And hey, listen, I'm going to pray that God gives me the right words. Actually, we could pray now, but I want to make sure that whatever I say concerning that issue is not biased and is truth based.
It's truth based.
As far as how I see or receive the situation.
Well, because it's not directed at one in particular person, right? It's directed at a behavior. When
okay, all right,
okay. So just the person, just a whole nother content creator that was saying, hey, look, if he actually addressed this person's spouse, saying, if you thought more of her, you would have never put her in this situation. And the premise or the thinking behind that is, you know what kind of environment you're bringing this person to. You let her come and walk into this environment. Now you trying to press the issue like how things run over on her platform. They don't run like that here. So you can't push that program here. You need to, and then you can't get mad because we won't push your program on a whole nother platform. Now, my thing with this whole situation is, see, sometimes we can have, like, if I load a panel up full of people that whenever I say, what do y'all think? And everybody goes, you're right, Clarence. You're right, Clarence. I mean, every show, every topic, everything. You're right, Clarence. You're right, Clarence. That may give me a false sense of, I may lose sight of reality because nobody's telling me when I'm wrong because they like me or they care about me in some
that could be
fashion.
That could be very problematic.
How
and
so?
I would have to agree with that because you really ought to think it's strange when all men speak well of you.
That is
and
good point.
when it comes to these yes people all the time, I don't need people to just be around me that says yes. And some people are around you. You allow them to be around you because they do say yes. But as soon as they start saying no, see, now you want to discontinue that relationship because you're looking for a yes all the time. You see what I'm saying?
But see, here's my thing, Ron. You getting yeses on your own panels, right? Because you stacking them up with people that, that's sympathetic to you, right? That you are the exception to the rule. You're the exception to the rule, right? These same guys were running around saying, women need to do this, women need to do that, women need to do this, women need to do that. But they let you do like the Judas goat and run out the side of the hole, run out the little hole out the side, right? All the other women are in the gas chamber. This woman can get out the side door, right? Because they buddy. And so what I'm saying is, I know they thought they was doing this person a favor, but in reality, we saw when their show actually when they took their show out actually on the road, and they have to really deal with the reality of how men really think, not these people that just, have something for her for whatever reason. Now you're dealing with reality that's harmful. I don't think that's healthy. And it showed, and unfortunately, it showed really bad that, you can't just have somebody fully. You can't have a situation where there's never no pushback. There's never no nothing. You're only loading your panel up with people that's going to be like, you're right, you're right, you're right. That's very detrimental, right?
Now, do you believe that's the case, though, Brother Clarence?
I'm looked at it
because you always have people in the chat now, and if you read the chat, they may not be on the platform, but they're disagreeing in the chat sometimes.
Well, sometimes they disagree in the chat, but that's not the issue, right? Because they're not the ones that's actually getting on the panels. Okay, if they disagree in the chat, bring them up in the panels. Now, I've heard this person ask people to come up, but I don't think people they'll have the confidence that they're going to get dealt with in a fair way because of the way this person runs their platform, right? It's only they always load it up with a bunch of capers.
Okay,
in my opinion.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
So what I'm saying is that's not healthy. It's not even healthy for a parent to say yes to everything. You can't tell a child yes to everything, right? You can't tell your wife yes to everything. You can't tell your husband yes to everything, right? They may have a crazy kooky idea and you say yes to it. You don't know what's going to happen down the road. So we have to look at the situation as okay.
So what was the outcome of the entire situation?
Well,
what did you see the outcome was? What was the outcome? Was anything gained?
No.
Was there any type of resolve that happened?
As a matter of fact, no. Because here's what happened. So this content creator that was not even the initial content creator that was in the exchange, and now he's having an exchange with the content creator, the older content creator's spouse, right? That
That's
kind of
getting
got
ugly.
that got a little,
Yeah, that's where it kind of gets ugly now, right?
right. So now it's getting a little deep, right? And so now, okay, so after he kind of got pulled into it, because he was like, obviously that person is going to protect their, what do you call that? Their spouse, right? They're going to attempt to protect their spouse, right? Because I was told this person has a brand, right? This person's got a brand to protect. The truth is not. The
Well, Brother
truth
Clarence,
is, yes,
but Brother Clarence, the majority of the content creators do have a brand, right? That they're trying to establish.
Of
You know,
course.
if you would go down the gamut of all of them, they're all trying to create a brand and an image and a style and you know,
absolutely.
this
We
one
are
is
here
known
too.
for this one is known for that one is known for this, right?
We are too, but at the
And
same
well,
time,
listen, I don't see anything wrong with you know, establishing a brand, but here's the problem I do have. You know, if you're going to establish a brand, why are you doing things to taint it? Why are you doing things or are having certain behaviors that would undermine the very brand that you're trying to create?
that's my
Okay,
point, Vaughn.
I'll put that
I mean, if see, we trying to put a brand together here, true, but truth is going to trump anything that we're doing here. Truth trumps it. If you tell me the truth, then that's the truth, and I gotta observe and adjust to that truth that you telling, and then try to adjust the brand based on the truth that you told. Clarence, you attacked this person. You attacked them. You said by name. You said their name, and then you tried to belittle their character as a person, right? Clarence, you can't do that, Clarence. See, now I have to say, okay, I thought I was good running around saying people's names and attacking them, right? But now I know because Vaughn told me, hey, you out of line. You out of line.
Wait, hold on. How my name get in it? How did my name get in there?
Because you always tell
Oh
me when I do
man,
bad stuff on. You always
what a
tell me when I do bad
mess.
stuff. So anyway,
This is a fine mess, Brother Clarence, that you are getting me into today.
my point is that truth should overtake. Truth should be the paramount thing. If we're out here saying we're going to teach people to do something or to do something, and we saying I want to teach them a productive way of doing something, then truth should be the main number one thing. Truth, not the brand. Because the brand and the truth might separate at some point, right? There might be a fork in it, and then which one should we push forward, the truth or the brand? Well, I can't push the truth because if I push the truth, it's gonna hurt the brand. At that point, that's why I have an issue, because at that point where the truth and the brand separate, you have no choice but to follow the truth. If you can recover the brand, cool. You can retool the brand to follow the truth, then cool. But we can't change the truth to follow the brand. We can't do that. Or we can't leave the truth. We can't abandon the truth and say, we got this brand we got to keep pushing. So we're going to leave the truth. No, the truth, we are always to walk with the truth, right? Right?
Well, okay. So I would agree with that, but
okay.
You know, but you have all of these certain truths. You know, you have your truth and her truth and his truth and their truth. And then you make a right turn left, go 2 blocks to the east, and then you have that truth. Everybody has a truth now.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
And so now everything gets convoluted when it comes to, you know, quote unquote truth.
Well,
you know, I'm just
the
saying.
truth. I'm saying the truth from when we
But if
look
you're going
at
to build a brand, I mean, now me per se, if I was to build a brand, if I was to try to create something and represent something, some type of moral standard or whatever type of show, you know, biblical, this, that, or the other. Now, all of my actions outside of that has to, you know, represent that. You see what I'm saying?
Should.
I can't be one way over here and then get over here, and I'm totally different now.
Right.
See,
We
that's
sitting here right now.
That's not a constant in creating a brand.
Yeah,
It's
we
like, what are
sitting here
you
right now, right?
doing?
We sitting here right now, right? And I'm sitting here and I'm just talking to you, Vaughn. I'm like, hey, yeah, Vaughn. Yeah, we talking about these content creators. And then somebody jumps in the chat. Hey, my name is Peaches. And I saw Vaughn last night. I'm surprised I see Vaughn over here. I saw Vaughn last night on the stripper pole channel.
Brother Clarence, I thought it was clear that we wouldn't bring. No, wait a minute. I thought it was clear that we wouldn't bring Peaches up. See, now I'm upset and offended on your platform.
So I say, wait a minute, what Peaches? She's like, yeah, I saw Vaughn, man. Vaughn was running a clinic on how to throw money from the top of the balcony. I said, what? Not Vaughn Bryan. Now you're not talking about Vaughn Bryan Peaches. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, man. He had that nice voice and everything. He looked good and everything. And he was showing everybody, yeah, no, this is how you do it. You see, you got to hold your palm up, because if you hold your palm down, you're going to lose a lot of money.
But you know what? Here's the problem, Brother Clarence, that we get into on a more serious note. And that goes for content creators and a whole bunch of other people. We get caught up in these foolish, debative conversations that lead us nowhere. And it leads us down this rabbit hole of nothing. You see what I'm saying? And the outcome is nothing. And at the end of it all, it was purposeless. It really didn't have a purpose to it, because if it did, it would have come out a different way.
Correct.
So I understand what you're talking about when you bring this topic up, And I watch YouTube now. I see things that are going on. I may be in the back, in the shadows, or in the bushes, as you say. You see what I'm saying? But sometimes I'll just say, hey, peace, grace, and joy, on my way in to listen, because I don't need to hide the fact that I'm here. I like for you to know that I am here and I am listening, But based upon what you're talking about, yeah, man, I think a lot of times we need to really rethink, how we're going about doing stuff.
Correct.
And listen, just because you're a content creator don't mean you know every damn thing. Do you see what I'm saying? There's some things that you can even learn as a content creator if we would all take time to listen to each other. But what we're doing is we're talking over each other. We're not listening to each other. And so now that creates miscommunication. We're not even communicating at this point.
Correct. And I think the older content creator came to actually impart some wisdom. I think that was her intentional, but I think this person doesn't realize how condescending they talk. They speak very condescendingly, and that turns people off, even though she might have.
Now that's something we need to. Yeah, well, that's something.
Every now and then she has some relevant information to give, right? But if you approach the people condescendingly, then of course they're going to look at you and say they're not going to be interested in what you say, right? It's like, Vaughn, you telling me, you come to me and you talk to me at you come knocking on my door. We live in the same apartment building. You knock on my door. Man, Clarence, man, look at them shoes you got on, man. I don't even want to, man. And I just get mad and close the door. Well, you actually came to tell me that the building's on fire. I need to go out the fire escape, right? But you just saw my shoes and got distracted, right? But I slammed the door on you, and you was about to give me some life-saving information, but I slammed the door because of you was being condescending. And then you said, "What the hell with you? Wow. You slammed the door in my face. Forget you then. And you leave, right?" Now, I never got that information, and I stayed in the building and burned and got burnt up with the building, right? But see, that's my point. Maybe sometimes we got some good information. Every once in a while, this content creator, I got to give it to them. Sometimes they have some information that the average person could use, right? But if it's delivered in such a way where it's got a bad taste on it before it even hits the floor, then the people are not going to eat it. The people are not going to sit down at the table to eat it. And so you gotta, the way you deliver it and way you present it makes a difference. And so what I'm and okay, so let me finish. So now this content the spouse had got into it with a whole nother content creator. Now the younger content creator comes back and comes at the older content creator. The older content creator says, you know what? I apologize to you if you took offense to the way I was coming at you and talking to you. But by this time, the younger content creator ain't having none of it. So I don't accept your apology. I don't accept that because I know you don't mean it. I don't accept it because I know you, it's not coming from your heart. You're not being sincere, right? And the person said, I am being sincere. Risa said, I need a drink. Well, that person said, hey, that person said, I am being sincere. I am sincerely apologizing to you. And the person said, well, I don't accept it. So the older person that was apologizing said, well, hey, you don't have to accept that. I was telling you I apologize, but you don't have to accept that. So the younger person continued to try to speak, and the older person was really upset now and was like, it became a battle of egos at a certain point, right? So the older person just started.
Well, let me just say this, Brother Clarence. Let me just say this. A lot of times we find ourselves in situations where we're doing things and we mean well. You see what I'm saying? We actually mean well in our intentions.
Correct.
You know, but we really have to question the fact, you know, wherever we go, like the Bible says, a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord. And that's good if we allow him to lead us. But when we're going into places that he has not sent us into, do you see what I'm saying?
I was getting there next. I was getting there.
That will put you in a position to be very, very unprepared. And all kind of hell could break loose. So we have to be very careful in that regard, right?
Right.
I think you're getting me in trouble, Brother Clarence. I think you're gonna get me in trouble.
No, I mean you just talking sense. I'm the one actually talking about the incident. So anyway, so this it really got ugly when, so like I said, the younger content creator was like, I don't accept your apology, and I just want to say what I got to say. So he started trying to say what he had to say. The older content creator started interrupting him, not letting him talk. It was purposeful that what she was doing to him, right? And so, you know, of course, this is going back and forth. And so finally the young content creator said, hey, put your spouse on. Let me talk to somebody got some sense over there, right? so the spouse came on and started threatening the younger content creator, physically threatening him.
Yeah, now see, that's where it gets ugly now. It gets real ugly right there.
So
and for someone to really pull you off your square like that. And listen, you know, we could all sit and be judgmental, you know, of someone snapping. But see, you know, but for the grace of God, there go I. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I've been caught up in situations where I was definitely caught off guard. And I wasn't the Von Bryant that you know. See what I'm saying? It was something else that came up out of it. You see what I'm saying? And but I wasn't right for my actions. I wasn't right for my behavior. You see, I don't get a pass. I don't get a pass. You see what I'm saying? Just because you caught me on a bad day.
Right.
But the lesson in all of it is be ready for that devil. Because see, when he catch you off guard, he's going to pull all of the hell out of you to the forefront if you allow him to.
Well, let me say it like this, brother. Like you said it best earlier, watch where you're going. Don't go places. I mean, if you know that there's a possibility that disrespect might flow your way and you might get involved in illegal activity like threatening people, right? Because he threatened this person. Now I know they wasn't in the same time zone, so that's you threatening people over transmission lines over different states. That's a federal offense. That's a federal offense, right?
Yeah,
this person could have been prosecuted for a federal offense, right? And then the spouse that was actually on the panel had to come back and say, "Oh, he's not threatening you. He's just talking." Right. and the spouse was basically like, "No, I ain't. No, I ain't. I'm the heathen in this relationship," as that person would say, as I would quote that person. I'm the heathen in this relationship, which basically meant, hey, she's the pristine, Bible thumping person in this relationship. I'm the one that's, get on the plane and go thump you across your head. Right.
Well, you know what, Brother Clarence, and all with all due respect of any content creator who takes it upon themselves to, enter and venture into different avenues of channels and streams, I would only pray that they would let God go with them, because this is what takes place when you go there without him. You see what I'm saying? Because the enemy comes in like a flood. But then the scripture said that God will lift up a standard against him, and I get it. But the thing is this, man, when it gets down to the point of where, blows are being thrown, verbally, you know what I'm saying? And it just gets real ugly at some point. It takes you outside, it undermines your character. And this is something that we should not allow to happen when it comes to something that we are producing, when God is allowing us to produce certain things. You see what I'm saying? They used to tell us back in the day, you don't want your good to be evil spoken of. You know what I'm saying? And you may not have ever heard that, but what it means is you don't want the good that you are doing to be evil spoken of. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. I hear what you're saying. And I think what I'm trying to get at with this situation is that if you're going to continue to have yes men, and from the little bit of the last live stream that I saw, that's what's going to continue to happen. Maybe you should stay at home, right? Maybe you should stay at home where nobody's going to challenge you. Nobody's going to, ask you. You're not going to be asked to be quiet at any time. You can control everything and everybody. That's probably where you should stay. You're not fit to go no other place and debate other people if you're not prepared. They might, because we're dealing with people, especially that space. That space comes from the Fight Club. The people in that space come from Fight Club, right?
Okay, so hold on. See. So here's the thing, right here. You can't go into a sea of sharks. You see what I'm saying? And expect if there's just a sprinkle of blood, the attack is on. You got to be careful. And I look at some of these things, I view them, I listen to them, because I want to see what the young people are talking about. You see what I'm saying? What their motivations are, what certain behaviors they're doing in these YouTube streets, just so that I can give an answer for it. If I'm ever, in a position, or find myself in a position to where I have to be in the midst of that. But I won't be in the midst of that long. You see what I'm saying? I would basically go in and say what I have to say and be done. Because basically they're not really trying to get an understanding.
Correct.
These are conversations that are very contentious. They're roundabout. Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to be, their opinion to be right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, what sense can I make in the sea of foolishness?
I mean, but if you choose to go there, right? And you choose to go to a boxing gym.
Let
me say it this way. Vaughn. If you took your wife, you or me, we took our wife to a boxing gym. We let the people put the boxing gloves on her, and she's hitting this dude, man. She's knocking this dude around the boxing ring, right? And then all of a sudden, this dude get his bearings around him, and he hit my wife and knock her across the gym, right? I can't get mad and say, okay, hey, you can't hit my wife. What did you think was gonna happen when you put her in the ring? She gonna get hit. If you take her to the environment where, like you said, there's sharks there, can't get mad because she got bit, because you put her in the water for the sharks to get her. And then you're gonna try to get mad and run this situation like you at your house. You're not at your house. You at somebody else's house. It's gonna run like they want it to run. So
And see, now listen, now that's a whole nother factor right there, what you just brought up, because you know that scripture that talks about, how can I sing the songs of Zion, in a strange land? See what I'm saying? You really got to be careful, man, when we venture out, and especially if you're going to go into the enemy's camp. And a lot of people don't see it that way, but I do. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't go into certain areas, because I already know what it's about. I would prefer them to come over here and conversate with me, because I know this is a controlled environment.
We're gonna at least let you push back or push forward, right? We're gonna at least listen.
Exactly.
At least listen to you.
But one thing that would be my concern is, if just say it was my wife and it was me, and I'm the content creator. My wife is the content creator, and I'm helping her somehow, do what she does.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now I'm looking out for her as well. And see, I'm not going to allow her to be in a position where she's compromised.
Correct.
I don't care what situation it is. She would have to take signal. Let's cut that. Let's cut it.
Right.
I don't have to be loud on the microphone. Just, look at the, the body language, the signal.
Right.
Let's wrap this up. Let's wrap it up, because see, this is not going in a direction that's going to be beneficial to anybody, especially our brand.
But here's the thing, Vaughn. Why would they do that? Why would they do that if he knew that he was putting her in an environment that was gonna be like toxic like that? Why would he do it? In my opinion, let me say my opinion, then I'll let you finish. My opinion is
all right, because we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Me and you gonna fight.
Me and Vaughn fight.
It'll be the first fight me and brother Cam
on screen, right? Vaughn yelled at me a bunch of times. Okay, so but Vaughn, if he brought it there, in my opinion, to because he thought that he could run the situation just like they do it at home, right? That they were going to be able to be in control of the situation. And in my opinion, what they should have did is just left. Oh, you guys are not going to be respectful to me?
I was just getting ready to say that.
Right?
Listen,
like Risa said,
just because you're
thing,
someplace
right?
else doesn't mean that you can't be in control. I'm over here at your channel right now, and I'm in control.
But it became a battle of pride.
But when it becomes disrespectful, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And when it becomes not, unfruitful, right? When it becomes, where we're really not getting anywhere. Well, now it's time for me to hit the road, Jack. I ain't got time for that.
Right. That's what I would have said.
My thing is to drop the message and keep moving.
Yeah. Let's go do our own live stream and talk about this situation, right? But no, it became a battle. It became a battle of pride and vanity, in my opinion. Yeah. And in that sense, it was a game of chicken, right? Nobody was going to let the other person win. I'm not leaving. Nope, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to let you win. I'm not going to let you win. And it really became a silly situation. Unfortunately, it exposed a lot about the older content.
And you know what? And when you see things like that take place, when you see that and you see it, played out, live and in color, you see what I'm saying? And I'm just speaking for myself. It kind of makes me feel bad a bit, because this could have been dealt with differently. And I could blame this person or blame that person or blame, the content creator, or I could blame the people in the chat. But the thing is this, I blame the enemy. It's the devil that comes in to cause division. He comes to kill, steal, and destroy.
Okay.
While you're putting labels and names on other people, it's way beyond that. We're not wrestling against flesh and blood, but of spiritual wickedness in high places. Come on.
Principalities in low places.
And so this is what we're seeing, but this is what we see played out. Now, me personally, you know, if it's a female content creator and she's on a platform of a sea of men, okay, and this is just my opinion, you know, I don't know if she should be in corrective mode when it comes to being on a panel with a sea of men on it. I don't know if that's really her place.
Well, if it's
now listen, you know, they can throw darts and say this to me, you know, but I don't know if it's really her place to correct the men, all the men on the panel.
I think she should stick to men that come to her channel and sit down and tell her that she's the greatest thing since sliced bread. That's where she should stick with if she's going to be correcting people. She can't travel outside of that.
I don't want to limit it to that. You know what I'm saying? No, I wouldn't say that, Brother Clarence.
This is going to continue to happen if they keep trying to go places.
Well, I do think, but do you believe that you know, there was a lesson learned out of the situation?
No.
Well, based upon how the two parties conduct themselves, I believe one party definitely got an understanding as to how they're going to move going forward. Now, the other person is still caught up in Fight Club.
Well, I don't know about the other. I don't know, because based on the live stream, that the older person did a live stream about the situation afterwards. I watched a pretty good portion of it, and I said, there's really not a lot of accountability going in here, right? Now, it wasn't really a lot of self-reflection. Then the people that came on the planet.
But I was speaking of after the fact. I was speaking of after the fact. You know, after everybody goes home, they close their doors.
Yeah, but I don't see it.
Space.
I didn't see it. I didn't see. I said the same.
But you won't be able to see it because you're not in their private space, right?
But I know. But I'm saying if it's so much different, why was the conversation allowed to be driven a certain way on this other live stream? I mean, it was driven basically the same way. Matter of fact, it was driven basically to take all the accountability off this person, and instead of what I heard on the live stream that this person was doing was everybody, all of the, you know, the people that come and that's their person, right? And I'm not telling nobody to stop or not subscribe to that person or anything. That's their person, right? Yeah. So naturally they're gonna cape. I get that. But if you got a cape, you got a cape in the truth, right? So what they did some Trump stuff. Instead of focusing on the issue, which was the issue was whether she and her spouse came into the environment and they could have approached the situation differently so that they could have had a better outcome. Instead of them dealing with that situation, they wanted to attack the younger content creators' stats. That was it. That's what they rested their hat on. What I was watching, right?
Yeah, but what really does that have to do with anything?
That was my point.
You know, the point is that you allow the situation to cause your brand to be undermined.
Correct.
And that's just not what you're trying to go for in business, especially when you're trying to be a part of a certain market or a certain network. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, you protect that brand at all costs. Is this business? Is this how people do business?
Well,
you know,
I agree with you. I agree with you. See, but my point is that stems from an unhealthy people always around you, giving you a false sense of reality, where in you not having a real dose of reality to where sometimes you may have it wrong, but the people, because they don't want to hurt your feelings, they for whatever reason, they want to not tell you that something may be wrong. They just let you go ahead and continue to say things that's not correct, right? And so you get this inflated sense of yourself, right? Where you not that smart. So I mean, nobody's that smart. So we all need to be corrected every once in a while. But because of the brand, I can't be corrected.
And you know,
The
and see,
brand,
that's the
you can't
thing.
correct me.
And that's the thing, you know, we're always trying to, you know, convince people or convert people or convince them. You know, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to inform you. And after I give you that information, now I need to kick rocks. I need to move on. I need to dust the dust off of my feet because I see you're really not trying to receive what I'm saying. So why am I going to sit here several hours and go over foolish debate with you? Why would I do
get
that?
into it and then get my spouse into it? Because I don't want to, like I said, you know, now I'm dragging somebody else into a situation that they didn't even need to be dragged into. And now they made themselves, I mean, that person's spouse really, they really put themselves in a bad way from threatening the other person.
I'm going to definitely say this, you know, my prayers are going to go out to, you know, everybody that's involved, you know, that God convicts their heart and that they move and get closer to him and see what it is, how he wants them to move. You see what I'm saying? Because listen, there's a way, Brother Clarence, there is a way that seems right to a man. But see, that way leads to destruction, separation. See what I'm saying? Division. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So,
hey, man.
And so if we would all get to a place to where in all of our ways, you see what I'm saying? All of our ways, you know, not just when you're at home private, that's one way, but even when we're in public, all of our ways. We need to acknowledge God and lean not to our own understanding, because that's what we're doing right now. Well, everybody wants to be right, because guess what, Brother Clarence? What I say is right, not what you say.
Correct.
See, that's the attitude.
That's vanity.
But see, that's you leaning to your own understanding.
It's vanity. Yes.
You know, you don't even put God in it. It's all about what I know. It's all about what I got to say. It's all about my point. It's all about my perspective.
Well, like I said, the younger content creator has already said that he's not into God and anything like that.
Well, many aren't.
But the older content creator, they always talking about how they are, you know, rewrote, like the Jews say, Abraham is our father, right? This person is always saying, everything I'm doing is God-based, right? Well,
what?
Yeah.
You talked about me?
Even though that we know God. Now, brother, don't come in and disrupt the conversation. So put him on mute for a second.
Hold on 1 second, Pagoda. We're going to wrap this up right now.
Yeah. Now, I almost missed my point. Actually, I did miss it. So, you know, Brother Clarence, you know, I'm older now. You know, you can't be throwing monkey wrenches in the conversation and expect me to keep up now. That's all right, though. But anyway, you know,
I think you made your point, man.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when it comes to elders or older people, you know, I think we should have a better method as to how we go about doing things. Some things we should just know better.
Right.
We should know better than to do this, that, or the other. And these young people aren't trying to hear us anyway.
A lot of them aren't.
So, and listen, I'm not trying to sit here on your panel to try to talk you into something. I'm going to get on your panel to drop the truth that you're going to be accountable for after you heard it. And then I'm going to kick rocks.
That's it.
See, because let me tell you something. Once the truth is put out on the table, brother and sister, you have no excuse when you stand before God, because you can't stand before him and say, well, God, well, wait a minute, God, I didn't know that. He's going to say, no, I sent you a message right there.
Yeah.
He's going to pull it right back to your remembrance.
Yeah.
As soon as you heard it, you're responsible for it. And I'm going to close with this. You're responsible for the truth that you hear. And I'm going to tell you why. Because God don't send the truth from where he is to come down to where we are and to return to him void. He don't do that. When he sends his word, it accomplishes what he sent that word to do.
Yeah.
Now I feel a little different, so I'm going to leave that alone now.
All right, y'all. Well, hey, wrapping that up, you know, never think too much of yourself. Never think too much of yourself. You can learn a lot from your enemy if you got your eyes open. And but if you got, like Vaughn was saying, you gotta think something is up when you got everybody telling you how great you are. I remember one time I was in the dojo. I just got my black belt, and another black belt was telling me, he said, "Man, you moving quick, man. You got your black belt quick. Wow, man, you really," and he was, I see, and he's like, "Man, and, you gonna be teaching soon." And I was like, I was looking at him like, "Man, why are you doing all this? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you trying to hype me up and soup me up, man?" I said, "Man, that's just, if it work out like that, it work out like that. But I'm just happy that I was able to survive it enough to get to black belt, right?" But he was like, "Oh man, and then he was just putting so much on it." And I said, "Bro, don't even put that much on it, man. I mean, it's just because it seemed like what he was trying to do was get me to think, get my head big enough so that I would say something stupid, right?" I saw it, and I was like, "Nah, bro, I'm happy, and I feel like God blessed me, and I'm thankful to God. But all that other stuff you talking about, they ain't got nothing to do with me." Anyway, don't be, y'all. The lesson from this, in my opinion, is, and we'll hear Vaughn's lesson when we do closing remarks, because I got to talk to Pagoda for a few minutes. But just don't think too much of yourself. Don't think more of yourself than you should. The Bible says pride goes before destruction, right? You can think a lot of yourself, and then you take your show on the road.
And a haughty spirit before a fall.
Yeah, haughty spirit before a fall. So you might think that, hey, I'm the ish. Nobody can confound me, because you got all these people around you telling you, "Oh, man, everything you say is right. Everything you say is right." Even though they on other panels and they own panels, telling people, arguing at people about the same things, they're giving you a pass. And you don't realize they're giving you a pass. You think they with you, but they're actually giving you a pass, because if you go to their channel, they're attacking people that are saying the same thing you're saying. But anyway, y'all, don't think more of yourself than you should. Anyway, all right, let me talk to Pagoda real quick, man. Let me give Pagoda, because we got to get out of here, Vaughn.
What's up, Pagoda?
Oh, man, we got to get out of here.
Good evening. Clarence, it's hard to get you in those days.
I'm sorry, Pagoda. We had so much to talk about I didn't even get to, so please forgive me, brother.
I wanted. What?
Go ahead.
Okay, you remember that the video that you talked about Wimpy? 5 months ago?
Oh, Whoopi Goldberg, yes.
Yeah, you remember that video?
I think so.
I look at what?
I think that's when she got in trouble, but for what she said, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the video that you made 5 months ago.
Okay, right. Okay.
I was in the end all of that.
You put a comment in the chat, right? I saw that.
I looked at the video from top to bottom, quote unquote.
Okay.
And I have a lot to say, but I looked in the video, and you had a person that said a lot of sick stuff. Called me a Satan. Called me a lot of sick things. You can explain to. I don't understand why you didn't kick that person out or tell him to stop. I didn't saw what he wrote to me.
What? You saying that I called you a Satan on the video?
No, not you. I saw that somebody in the comments called me a Satan and a lot of sick things.
Oh yeah, they did. They called me a lot of stuff too. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but it's like it's like you would go to somebody's channel and somebody in the comments will call you the N-word and a lot of sick stuff. And
it happens. It happens. It happens. That's why I don't go to this place anymore. It used to happen a lot. They would call me all kind of stuff. That happens. I can't control everybody in the chat. I can kick them out. Now, if I see them doing stuff like that, I can kick them out. But sometimes I'm so involved in other things. And if that happened to you, I apologize, because I would never let that happen today. I would never let that happen today. But sometimes, I'm still learning the game. So if I allow somebody to say something like that or do something like that, please forgive me. I wouldn't let that happen to the women. I wouldn't let that happen to the men. I wouldn't let that happen to you. I wouldn't let that happen to nobody. Not today. So that was a while back. So please forgive me if that's true.
That's true. You can see it for yourself, in the comments of that specific video.
Okay.
And but usually when you probably ask yourself why I looked at that video just right now, because the reason is because I thought that there is that we mentioned that we touched everything on that video, but apparently there were some things that we didn't touch. Also,
Okay,
one of the big questions that you asked me on that video that I was not there, I also wrote you an answer, at least, and I will check and I will do a little research about the specific topic, the specific question that you raise, and I will give you, like I said, a more accurate answer, but still.
Okay.
I hope that I wonder what you think about my answer. That's one.
What
and
answer?
You also, what?
What answer? You wonder what I think about your answer. What answer?
You asked me in that video, why does Jews don't call themselves Hebrew?
Correct.
And I wrote you a big answer to that. From what I wrote you, what I know is the answer, but I'm going to look up the accurate and main reason.
Please look up the main reason.
Okay, I'm going to check with people that they have their knowledge on that specific stuff. But in any case, also I saw that you said that Jews are white or something, Jews are Caucasian, and that stuff. I think we touched on that in the end of that video, but still, there is a lot of Jews from Yemen, Jews from Iraq. Half of the population here is Jews that from the Middle East and North Africa. More of half of the Jewish population here. Okay, and that's before I'm talking with you about the Jews from India and from Ethiopia.
Well, what I'm saying about that
okay,
is,
so all that stuff about the.
Let me explain what I was saying to that, because I figured you might understand it. But let me explain. What I mean is that most of the Jewish people, they recognize people that are Jews as either being hereditary or converts, right?
What's an hereditary?
Huh?
What's an hereditary?
That means through the bloodline. The bloodline, right?
Okay.
Like a lot of times the Jews only want to marry Jews, right? I would say 99% of 90 up in the upper 90s, Jews just marry Jews. Jewish people, they're encouraged to only marry Jewish people to keep the bloodline a certain way. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go.
Okay. You heard this man say this for yourself, right? Okay. So now
what?
I'm saying,
you act like I said something terrible.
I'm confirming what you're saying. I'm confirming what you're saying. I'm confirming what you're saying. You saying that the Jewish people try to keep their bloodline just among themselves, correct or no?
Yeah, I don't see what's the big. If I'm falling in love with another, with a non-Jewish woman, then I can try to convert her for a number of months or a year or two. Of course, it's depends on her, but it's that's of course a liberal approach that I'm giving you right now. Okay,
well,
that's
my point. Let me finish explaining, because you brought up the question. So I'm explaining what I meant by that is that the Jewish people try to keep there's only really two ways. You can be hereditary, which is through the bloodline, right? Or you can be a convert, right? Convert don't hold the same weight as somebody who's
Clarence, let me remind you a little fun thing that you forgot.
What's that?
According to DNA searching, okay, you have a lot of cases of DNA connection between Ashkenazi Jews and Mizrahi Jews, okay?
Okay.
You have connections between Jews in Poland and Jews from Yemen or from Africa or from modern day Morocco, okay? So if I am a convert, why I have a DNA connection with Jews in the other side of the world? Why so?
Because some of them were converts too. So you go, of course you can have, and you this how
Clarence,
you got
you didn't
to be.
answer my question. If I'm a why a you know what? Let's ask it like this: why a convert from Poland have DNA connections with a convert from Morocco?
Because they may have DNA connections because how
because they are not
Caucasian.
converts.
Listen. If you ask me a question, you're gonna have to listen, right? How you guys became Jews, that's a whole issue right there in itself. How you became the Jewish nation, that's a whole issue. You may have.
We didn't become Jews. We are Jews in terms of blood. We are connected. We are descendants of the Jews from the ancient times. That's what we are.
Yeah, but Jews are not ancient. They're not ancient people. That's what I'm saying. You can't go back more than 6,000 years and find Jews anywhere. This is my point. You can't go back farther than 6,000 years and find Jews anywhere. That's my point.
Do you mean? What? And what are you talking about? You can say it again. What?
You cannot go farther than 6,000 years. Listen good. You can't go farther than 6,000 years and find Jews anywhere. You will find
yes, I
Hebrews.
Can.
Listen, you'll
yes,
find Hebrews.
Yes, I can, Clarence. Yes, I can.
Okay, listen. You will find Hebrews.
No.
But you won't find Jews. Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
First of all, yes, I can. You have records of Jews in the Middle Ages. You have Clarence.
That's not ancient.
God.
The Middle Ages is not ancient.
You said 600 years ago?
That's not ancient times. That's 600 years ago. That's not ancient times.
You said 600 years ago.
10,000, 50,000 years. You won't find no Jews nowhere if you dig that low, dig that deep. You won't find no Jews nowhere.
Okay, if you're talking about 50,000, yes, I will not found you. That's before the existence of the Jewish people.
Correct. So that's my point to you. That's all I'm trying to say to you, Vagoda. I'm not saying Jews are bad people, all of them, right? They're just like any other people. They're just like Muslims.
No, but you had in the comments a person that called me an imposter.
I need to get this out. The Jews are no different than the Christians and the Muslims and the Buddhists. There's bad people among the party. There's going to be bad people in the party anywhere. So we're not talking about, we're just talking about the Jewish people, period. Right? We're not talking about a good or a bad or whatever, right? That's all we just talking about.
Yeah, and you know, Clarence, we see also for the nationality, first of all, before our religion. So if you want to convert to...
How can you be a nationality if you don't have a homeland from where you started?
Actually, we have Israel.
I know, but that was given to the Hebrews, not to you.
I am a descendant of them, you know.
Well, I'm saying, well, you say that, right? Okay, so that's an opinion-based theory. We're not talking about
based on DNA evidence, based on historical evidence, based on archaeology.
What archaeology do you have to prove that?
What archaeology?
I mean, you can prove that you have settled there, but you can't prove that that's your original place where you came into existence. You can't prove
yes, I can. Full archaeology, full DNA evidence, full language. I can prove it.
I tell you what, this is what we do. This is what we do, Vagoda. Gather all your evidence. You email me and say, Clarence, I want to do a show on this day. Me and you would discuss it. Okay.
Okay.
Because
let's say I think we need. But excuse me, I think we will need to wait for about this because I'm right in the coming weeks. I'm going to be very busy. I'm in my studies. I'm going to be finished and let's say it's showtime in terms of studies.
Brother, you are invited to come here and to set this thing up with me anytime you like. Now you can't come into a middle of I'm doing another topic and then say, oh, Clarence, I want to talk to you about where the Jews came from. Okay, we're not going to, that's a heavy conversation to interject into another show. So that's why I want you to have your own show. So you go ahead and tell me when you want to do it. You got my email, man. You hit me up and tell me, hey, look, Clarence, I'm ready. I got all my stuff together. I'm ready to, discuss this with you. Cool. Let's do it.
Okay, no problem. That's why I waited before you finished with your, with your show.
All right, man.
Your streaming.
All right. We about to
Okay,
get
and
out of
now
here.
we have the nice lady here.
We have the nice lady here, but wait. Before I let her speak, I want to start wrapping up, Pagoda. So you got any closing remarks? Because I got to get out of here, man. I got some other stuff to do today.
Yes, I'm
It's
going to
Father's
sleep
Day
and
over
I
here in
think.
America.
What?
It's Father's Day over here in America.
Oh, okay. Then congratulations.
Are you a father?
No, but you are. So
Yes,
congratulations.
I am. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, man. Any last words? Let's get some last comments. So we can start wrapping up.
Well, you remind. Okay, I will tell you something. You remind me something that my dad told me, that if he will be a young father, if he will be a young grandpa, I would be a dead father. So let's hope that.
Well, at least you got the point, right?
Yeah. So, well, he will not be a young father anymore and grandpa anymore. But never mind that. So see ya.
All right, Pagoda, hit me up, man. Hit me in the email when you can get a chance, man. Okay. All right. Sister Annie.
Wait, you see Von Bryant?
Yeah. You want to come back
okay.
up? We want to bring Vaughn back up.
First of all, hey, Pagoda. Okay, so I wanted to say something because I think that Pagoda actually demonstrated something based on your last topic.
Okay.
So when you two were talking, when it would be points where he wasn't particularly liking what you were saying, he was cutting across you and you couldn't hear the whole point, right?
Uh-huh.
So the thing is that there's going to be times when people are having a discussion and people are not going to agree. The points of view are going to be different, and that's fine. That's fine, because what you want to have happen is the ability for people to have their opinions expressed, and you want people to be able to hear them, because you may have a position and you may, when you hear someone else say something, decide to change your view, or it makes your view even stronger and it builds the way that you would defend your view more. But when you're cutting across because you don't want the other view to have its full breath, it kind of takes away from just the fullness of a conversation. So what I would say, Pagoda, and I wanted to say it while you were up here because I didn't want to do it behind your back, but it is fair to a conversation to allow everyone to get their view out, because it may be that you're cutting across thinking someone is saying something and that's not what they're saying. But also, it's not just, especially on a panel, it's not just you on the panel that's talking. It's people listening. There were some points that you were starting to make that I really wanted to hear, but he cut you off. So then it got disrupted. And I now I still don't know. And I'm gonna have to go back and play it back so I can write something down. So I may ask you later on what you were saying. So to the fairness of when you're on channels, platforms, places where people can be educated, allow people to be educated, not just on your view, but somebody else's view. So I think this was a great discussion. Thank you for taking the time out, Brother Clarence and Vaughn, on Father's Day. So like I said, I just really appreciate it. I thank y'all for giving us some time and showing some love. But this was a good topic. I won't comment on the last comment or the last topic, but I think that what I just said actually did. That I actually did.
Did I do all right, Sister N.A.?
You absolutely did. You absolutely did.
Or am I in the doghouse?
Were you on the fence? No, you did good. Because see, you know what? When you talk about,
I just want to know, because I don't want to, I don't want all of YouTube after me, No,
but when you talk about behavior, people, you can't. I don't think that people should get upset with people when they talk about behavior. That's one of the reasons why I really love Rashawn's channel and Critically Drinking, because he talks about behavior.
Yeah.
And sometimes when he's talking about behavior, he's using examples of things for the behavior, but that's how you heal. You heal from the behavior. It's not like something that's personal. It's, hey, listen, if you recognize that this behavior that you're exhibiting is not beneficial to your life or beneficial to people around you, you may want to think about changing it. But hey, I may bring up what your behavior is and you say, I don't care what you're saying. I'm just going to do it anyway. Okay, cool. But at least I brought it up. You had a different perspective. You get to decide if you change. So to all the fathers, happy Father's Day. And I love y'all.
Thank you.
And y'all have a good rest of y'all day, okay?
All right, thank you, sis.
Now you
All right.
stay back there.
All right, love y'all.
Hey, Sister Annie.
Uh-huh.
You see what Von Brian said? He cooking some short ribs. So I'm gonna pull you. I'm gonna pull you down. I'm gonna pull you down. All right. I'm gonna pull you down. All right, you stay right there so you can get some of them short ribs, girl. All right. All right. Shout out to Arshawn, by the way. Shout out to Arshawn if you haven't already. Subscribe to Critically Drinking. Get your butt on over to Critically Drinking, man. That's what I'm watching when I ain't on. When I'm at work, I'm watching Critically Drinking, man. Man, Risa said,
I really admire that brother's perspective, man. He is so intellectual and he gets so deep into a topic. It really makes you think yourself. You know what I'm saying? And he just doesn't get up there and jibber jabber either. He just doesn't jibber jabber. But it makes good sense.
I like when, even though he and I may disagree on something, but the way he presents it, I can't just throw it away and say, what is Arshawn talking about? I gotta say, now I gotta think about it, right? Because the way he presented it, man, I'm like, oh, okay. I at least gotta consider it, right? It's not even something to throw away. So I like that, even though, and then sometimes, every now and then Arshawn is right.
Yeah, well, and he presents his, he definitely presents his perspective in a way to where it causes you, if you want, it causes you to have an open mind. You see what I'm saying? Because you're trying to really figure out what he's saying. I didn't see it that way. I didn't see it that way, but now that he put it that way, let me go back and revisit that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta say,
that makes for good conversation, man.
Yeah, and it makes for
this
good
is what
learning.
we need in these spaces, not contentiousness, not all of this talk over each other, argumentative. You know what I'm saying?
We don't need that. On the other perspective, on the other range, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Vaughn, but let me just say this real quick.
It's okay.
On the other side of it, we don't need everybody saying, yeah, you're right. You're right, Arshawn. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You load up a whole panel full of people that you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Well, he doesn't get a lot of that. He doesn't get a lot of that.
I got to give it to him about that.
He doesn't get a lot of that, but he stands his ground.
Man, with
he stands his ground.
Mashed potatoes, man. He has a lot of different stuff going on up there, man. But shout out to Arshawn. But man, you need a healthy balance of, okay, you got people that's going to tell you when you're good, and you got two people that's going to tell you when you're off. You know what I mean?
And I would definitely like to see more young people with that type of frame of mind when it comes to content and conversation. Just think if we had like several of those type of minds on one platform.
We got to encourage.
You see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
That would be something to listen to and hear.
That's why we got to encourage cats like Arshawn. We got to encourage cats like Mr. He said. We got to encourage cats like Von here. We got to encourage these cats. New growth. We got to encourage cats like that because they're young minds, but they free thinkers. They don't think the same way as us, and they might not agree with us, but at least they free thinkers. They think on their own, right? And they'll say, "Hey, Clarence, I don't agree with you, but this is the way I saw it. So how about this?" You know what I mean? And we can all agree that we got an opinion, we got a perspective, and it should be looked at, right? So shout out to Arshawn, shout out to Critically Drinking, shout out to New Growth. Shout out to Mr. He said and Mr. She said, and shout out to Von Eric, man. Shout out to all of them. Good content creators. All right, we gotta keep moving. We gotta keep moving.
Yeah, let's go on. Vaughn, my wife got something on the pot. I want to eat some of it.
Some in the pot. Sister Annie, we need you. We need you here. So you got to check back in with us. Okay, so Vaughn, you got any last words?
wow, you know, once again, interesting stream. A lot of good topics that we brought up. You know, I didn't know I would be dragged into this other conversation, but
thank you, Peaches.
You usually I try to stay out of that arena like that, but
I warned you, Bob.
I think it's something. You know, but you know what though? I'm glad that I did it because see, there's still a way to address things respectfully. You know what I'm saying? And
I don't
listen,
think we were disrespectful.
and no, I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
I don't think
But if you're gonna put it out there, you know, on live and in front of God and everybody else, then you know I should at least be able to comment on it, right?
Hey,
you know,
you put it out there.
But you know, I don't want to come across in this judgmental, condescending way. You know, I just hopefully that I could have brought some insight or enlightenment to, you know, the situation. But in closing, I would definitely say this, my brother. Yeah, we have to do better, man. That when it comes to, you know, being on different platforms, you know, even Brother Bolo had a situation the other night on his platform.
Oh, really?
Where when somebody got up there and they were belligerent. You see what I'm saying? And it caused the whole conversation to flux and to go awry. You see what I'm saying? So we really have to be on our square.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was hot and heated. I was hotter than fish grease, you know, but I wasn't on the panel. You know what I'm saying? But
I would have went over there if I'd have saw that. Yeah.
But listen, these things do come and they will come and they will continue to come. The point is, don't let it take you off your square.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You don't have to stoop. You don't have to bow and you don't have to kiss. See, stay on your square.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, because you know, we get so lackadaisical, you know, with our approach that we forget that there's an enemy. See what I'm saying? That seeks to destroy you.
Yeah.
Right? And so we get comfortable. And now when he pops up, it takes us off guard.
Yeah.
And now we act in all kind of ways.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we ain't got no Bible for that.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
We're gonna put it down right now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So and it goes for me too. You know, I'm not saying
all
anything.
Of us, brother. All of
I'm
us.
not saying anything that doesn't go. Whatever I say should go for me first.
Me too, brother. Shout out to Sir Hale.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sir Hale Speaks.
You know what I'm saying? So definitely, man, let's be mindful, you know, as to where we allow our foot to traffic.
Yes, ma'am.
Because when you allow your foot to traffic in certain areas that are outside the perimeters of where you should be, unless God sent you there. Now, see, I ain't gonna start that again because I feel that again. Then we're gonna have problems. See what I'm saying? You trying to sing songs, you trying to sing the songs of Zion in a strange land.
The strange land, right? It ain't gonna work.
You see what I'm saying? And if you don't have enough Holy Ghost, I know a lot of people don't like that word, but I'm gonna say it. If you don't have enough Holy Ghost on the inside, believe me, that devil will come in like a flood, man, and send you home butt naked.
Man, oh man, oh man.
So let your good steps be ordered by the Lord. Good man, good woman. Let them be ordered. And so, yeah, with that being said, man, great conversation. Happy Father's Day to everyone. You know, and this has been a great Father's Day for me. You know, my wife is brewing and cooking and doing stuff. And, you know, the dog is smelling and sniffing all around the house. And, you know, he ain't getting nothing, though, but he's happy. See what I'm saying? The sun is shining on the outside. Yeah, man, I can see the reflection of the sun in the grass. And, you know, it's a beautiful day, man.
Right on, man. Right on. I see the sun out there.
So with that being said, Brother Clarence, thanks again for having me on. And,
always,
we will speak directly.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thanks,
all right,
brother.
man.
I'm gonna pull you down, man. All right, that was Brother Vaughn. Man. That was Brother Vaughn, y'all. Holy smokes. Arshawn said, YOLO with Bolo TV. Shout out to Bolo TV, man. I got to go back and check him out, man. See, the one show I don't watch is it erupts in a melee, right? Erupts in a melee. All right, so anyway, what do y'all see? You right, Arshawn, man. I mean, if you put something out, right? Like me, somebody come back to me and say, hey, like this brother, man, our Tel Aviv brother, right, our Jewish brother, Vagoda comes back and says, hey, man, you allowed somebody to really be mean to me and disrespect me. Clarence, what's up with that? Sorry if I did, man. You know what I mean? I definitely didn't encourage nobody to do that, but if I allowed it to happen, it was an off day for me, because usually I don't allow nobody to do that. Nobody to do that to nobody. Not here. But I apologize to him, right? I ain't too big to say, hey, I apologize. I may have made a mistake. I haven't even looked at what he said. He might have took something the wrong way, right? So I'm just assuming that my thing is, if he felt that it was disrespectful, then that's good enough for me. I don't need to go back and look at it. If he felt it was disrespectful, and he said it to me, I got enough respect for him to say, okay, if that's the way it landed on you, I apologize. But some people ain't set up like that, right? They're not gonna apologize, right? Because hey, I got a brand. And my brand I can't apologize because I got this brand. Right? If I apologize, then the brand goes, sideways. Anyway, I think we said enough on that, man. Watch yourself out there. Watch where you go. If you don't have the kind of people around you that's going to tell you the truth under any circumstance, better stay at home if you're a content creator. You're a content creator and you're able to load up the panel with a bunch of people that's going to say, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Don't expect to go to other panels and then it's going to be like that, because it may not be. You may get a surprise dose of reality once you open that door. And then you're going to try to bring somebody else and involve somebody else into it, and they start making threats and they start making threats over transmission lines. They don't even realize they're breaking federal laws now by threatening somebody across state lines. The FBI can get involved and all this other stuff. So I mean, I just think that, man, let's just be smart. I think that's basically what Vaughn was trying to say. Let's just be smart. You know what I'm saying? Be the best person you can be. Don't go places where fugaziness goes on and then try to get mad when the fugaziness is directed at you. Of course they're going to have fugaziness. Why you think Clarence don't be on Fight Club? I'm sure they would allow me up there, but why don't I go on Fight Club? Because I ain't going to sit there and be on a panel with 9 other people and nobody can get a word in edgewise. Nobody can set up a strategic argument. Nothing. This is just fugaziness, man. Anyway, y'all, I think we talked about everything. We talked about Juneteenth. What do y'all think about that? Juneteenth. We talked about how Abraham Lincoln did not free the slaves because he was a good-hearted dude. He freed the slaves because it was fiscally prudent to do so, to destroy the economy of the South, right? I mean, you take 3.5 million people, and you basically put them on strike. How's the economy gonna work, right? How's that economy gonna work? And that's basically what he was trying to do. And it's all stemmed because the South was making super stupid money. Cotton was the crack of the time. The cotton gin was like a turbocharger for cotton at that point. And South was making money hand over fist with the cotton gin. So they were getting ready to make their own currency and back it with gold. And they had to do that. Okay. So they were going to back it with gold. And America's like, nah. They was going to start buying gold, right? Buying more gold than America. Right? Hey, Ramlika said, nah, man, I gotta step in here and knock this out. All right, let's see. Okay, y'all, we're gonna close up shop, man. We have 5 hours almost. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody that stopped over. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hope your Sunday is going well. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Happy Father's Day to all the dudes that stepped into the roles as fathers. May not have been your biological child, but you stepped into that role. We appreciate you. We thank you. You're an older brother, older cousin, uncle, whatever, right? Friend of the family, whatever, right? You was, seeing the mama, had a relationship with the mama, and you just decided to continue trying to be a male figure to the kids. Hey, man, we appreciate all of y'all. Appreciate all of y'all, because we need all of y'all's help. Black boys is on it. There's a conspiracy to attack black boys, to not, throw black boys into the river. And so we got to stop it. We got to stop it. All right, we got to prep them and get them into these STEM classes, get them on mathematics, get them on engineering, get them on all of the STEM stuff, right? Right, science, technology. We got to get them in all of that stuff. All right. No. I'm not gonna be on for another hour. I'm about to get off right now. So then, all right, y'all. So anyway, but shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all, all the fathers, man. But there's one father we got to thank every day, and that's our Father up in heaven, man. Our Father, our spiritual Father. We got to make sure we thank that man on a daily, right? Because he's the one that made all this possible, right? Without him and his sacrifice, none of us will be here, right? All right, y'all. So we're gonna end it right there. Gonna do the rundown real quick, man. The chat's where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. Strong performance from the chat. Everybody in the chat, we appreciate y'all, man. Our shot said, bro, Clarence don't know how to close. I gotta learn. I gotta watch you, man. I gotta learn how to close. He said he is like a Baptist preacher. I'm wrapping up me 2 more hours. I definitely got that from Minister Farrakhan. Definitely got that from Minister Farrakhan. Just give me a few more minutes. That's like 3 hours, right? Shout out to our shot, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, man. Let's see. Yeah. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Chat's where it's at, man. We got our resident sniper, Risa Neal, out there, man. Appreciate you for stopping in, and appreciate everybody in the chat that's looking out, man, making sure that everything is cool so we can have people coming in and out of the chat, man, and they don't have to worry about, somebody going to attack me because I'm white. Somebody going to attack me because I'm Jewish. Somebody going to attack me because of this, because I'm a woman, because I'm this, some of that. You ain't people that's over here ain't got to worry about none of that fugaziness. We're going to attack your argument. We're going to attack your argument. If you're talking crazy, we're going to attack your argument. We ain't going to attack you because of no cursory reason that got nothing to do with what we're talking about, man. All right, let's see. Suzanne said, thank you, God, for giving me and being the best father ever. Excuse me. I'm thanking my father. Okay, Sister, we got you. Right. We got you. Yeah, man. We people see the name of the show, Risa, and they think, I'm white. I can't go up there and talk because, and here we got a white Jewish dude that comes up here almost every show, right? He don't have no problem, right? He don't even get a backlash. And if he do, who's the first person he coming to? Me. Hey, Clarence, what's happening with this? Right? That show you right there, man. We don't care nothing about what color you are, what part of the planet you was born on, whatever. We don't care nothing about that. Are you telling the truth? Are you telling the truth or are you not telling the truth? That's what we're concerned about. And can you substantiate your claim? See, he was saying a bunch of stuff and I was like, bro, I don't have the time to I need, I was like, man, I can mow you over, but you ain't listening, man. So I said, well, I realized he wasn't listening. I said, okay, this is not time for us to go into this because he just keeps blowing up bigger and bigger and bigger. And he keeps running from this to this, to this, to this. And I can talk to you if you're willing to stay on the topic. But if you're feeling to run, every time I say something, you deflect into something else. Nah, bro, we need our own show for that. But shout out to Pagoda, man. Appreciate you. But shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Strong performance from the chat. Very, very solid, very strong performance from everybody. Let's see. What about everybody on the panel? Let's see. We have Pagoda on the panel. What about Pagoda? Holy smokes. Pagoda came up here. Clarence, you had 2 people in the chat disrespect me. 1, 2, For those of y'all that don't know, man, we call Pagoda like the Count from Sesame Street, right? Clarence, I had 2 disrespects. 1, 2, right? It's okay, Pagoda. I definitely ain't gonna let nobody disrespect you now, but if I did, I apologize. I don't even need to go back there and look at it. No problem. If somebody disrespect you, I will apologize right here because I definitely never meant to do that. All right, but shout out to Pagoda, man. Came in. He only had a few minutes, right? He had to get right to work. So, he get right to work. Gladys, what are you talking about? The Jews, man, we DNA, we're connected to this. I didn't have time to go into why, right? That's a very complicated situation. So I was like, okay, let me close this down because if I go into, how the Jews, the Jews came into existence, that's a really long conversation. So I didn't even want to do that on having only short amount of time, right? Oh, Arshawn called Sister Annie a snitch. I know Sister Annie said she a proud snitch, right? Excuse me, Clarence, you said you was getting off in 4 hours and you didn't. I'm like, okay. All right, Sister Annie, okay. All right, y'all. But shout out to Pagoda, man. Very strong performance today. Very solid. I think he's learning, man. Hey, man, I got to pick my battles. I got to, what I'm saying? We good people, man. We don't want no bad nothing to happen to him. We will get at that. We will get after that behind if you come in here with something crazy, right? Jews been around since ancient times. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. So and I double dare you. I'll be like Sam Jackson. I double dare you to find something that says they've been around since ancient times. I double dare you. I triple dare you. Go find it. Go find anything scientific that says they've been around since ancient times, right? Anyway, that's that. That's a whole other conversation. But shout out to Pagoda, man. He got balls, man. One thing I like about that dude, he got balls. So shout out to him, man. Hope he's staying safe over there in Tel Aviv, right? All right, who else was on the stage today? Sister Annie. Excuse me. I'm coming up there. Y'all talking about the Lord. I'm coming up there, right? So Sister Annie came up, man. What do you think about Sister Annie, man? Always hits the nail on the head, man. Always, right? Good sister, man. Good-hearted sister, man. You know what I mean? Always brings, I think what you could say, she always brings sunshine to almost any situation I've seen her come into. She's bringing sunshine to that situation, right? Even if it's here, right? She sees something contentious with me. I see her hit the panel. I'm like, oh, I did something wrong, right? She gonna come in here and tell me, Clarence, calm down. I don't mess with the Tauruses, and especially female Tauruses. I don't mess with them, right? Yes, Sister Annie, I hear you, sis. But she did good today. What do y'all think? I love when the sisters come up here, man, because it just blows the whole manosphere argument, blows them right out of the water, man. We have sisters come up here and they smart and they intelligent and they hit the mark and they can articulate their point at the same time, how their feminine side still be out there. They don't have to be all masculine. Yeah, Clarence, I said that, and this what, bro, and that. They don't have to do all that. They can still, sit in their feminine attributes and still go ahead. Shh. That's the thing, man. That's what we want to see, man. But shout out to Sister Annie, came up here, man. Always a strong performance. Strong performance as always. Very, very solid as always. Very, very solid. Like Patrice said, we gotta get some shirts, man. We're gonna get some shirts. After we get the computer, we're gonna get some shirts, man. That computer, that's on me, y'all. I'm just old, man. I just back to working now, so I barely got a time to do a lot of different stuff. So I got to do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a commitment to y'all. I'm gonna do that next month. I'm gonna just take care of that situation so we can give that away. Because I have an event that I wanted to do that I wanted to actually get a computer away to, but we might have to just postpone that and just get a computer away. So anyway, shout out to Sister Annie, very valuable sister, man, in this fight to try to educate our people, man. Appreciate her. Very strong, very solid performance. What about Patrice? What about Patrice? Patrice came up here, man. She said she wanted to talk about Juneteenth. So we talked about Juneteenth, man, and she said she wanted to just clear up some misconceptions, right? She said, Clarence, I just want to clear up some misconceptions about it. Let's talk about it. I said, okay. So we talked about it, and what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Should we be the kind of people that just only get happy when they give us an Obama Lane or Martin Luther King Boulevard or Malcolm X Road, but instead we should have, or do you think instead we should have fundamental things like free after school programs for at-risk youth, right? Some of our children, man, when they go home, they ain't got nothing to eat. They ain't got nobody help them with their homework. None of that. Why not extend their school day by having them be able to play at the school, maybe get an after-school snack, and maybe have somebody help them with their homework? What's wrong with that? Put some money into that situation. No. We don't need no road. We don't need you to change all this, no roads. We don't need you to do that. I appreciate that. But the Asians ain't doing that. They ain't changing no roads, right? They out here, they getting stuff done, right? Risa said, I think we should overcome. I think we shall overcome. Yeah. Well, that's nice. Obama Road, King Boulevard, that's nice. But we got some real functional things that we need some help with. We really need some help with. So, but go over to those of y'all, go over to the Adolf situation and check out the Adolf situation. And, check out the Adolf's website. Patrice said they got a lot of information over there, how they would spend some money if we got reparations. So go on over there and check it out. But, yeah, Patrice came up and did a great job on the on the Juneteenth. I think we all did. So shout out to Patrice. Very strong performance. Very solid. Very, very, very solid. Last but not least, always Vaughn Bryant. Thank you, Peaches, for coming over here and telling us where Vaughn was last night, right? Arshawn said he's coming on tomorrow at 5 p.m., but I'll be off of work by 5 p.m. Come on now. I will be on the freeway, Arshawn. No, I'm just playing, man. You go on when you want to go on, man. I'm just teasing you, brother. I'm teasing you. Arshawn say, Quickly Drinking. If you haven't already subscribed to Quickly Drinking, get on over to Quickly Drinking. Arshawn say he's going on at 5 p.m. and then Tuesday afternoon, Thursday evening. Okay. All right, so he'll give us a schedule, because I think we're gonna try and go back on a Tuesday too, Tuesday evening. So we'll probably get a schedule. I'll see if he can send us a schedule, or he could come on real quick and give us a schedule. But shout out to Arshawn, man. Good content creator, another good content creator. Definitely. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Sister Annie, you're right. We need, that's what we need, is more childcare, right? I mean, that's a start, right? We got all these children in all these underserved communities. That's what they call the Black community today, underserved communities, right? So that's the new euphemism, right? Underserved communities, right? So hey, but that's how you get grants, right? Using the right language. So anyway, in underserved communities, there's a real need for after school program, because a lot of these kids, man, they're going home, right, to nothing. They're going home to nothing. They get the people get their WIC card, right? They buy $400 worth of groceries. Everybody eats it up the first week, right? And then the rest of the month, man, they scrounging around trying to make ends meet, right? Some Black children, man, there's a Black child right now, stomach growling, man. There's Black children out there right now, they stomach are growling. Here in the greatest country in the world, man, they can't eat nothing, man. They sitting in the house with their stomach growling. That there you go, Sister Annie, underrepresented. That's another euphemism that they use, right? But hey, if that's what you got to put in the grant paperwork to get the grants, okay, that's what they got to do. I'm just saying we got to keep up with we got to decode what they're saying. So anyway, in the underserved communities, man, we need more child care, right? I mean, government paid for child care, right? So the people can either work or they could go to school, and you only get it if you can show us that you're working or you can show us that you're going to school. If you show us you're doing something productive, we will give you this child care free. But if you're not doing nothing productive, then you got to be with your children. And you show us your income, we got an after-school snack program for you, where they can get a snack and take it home and eat it. Right? Yeah, Sister Annie, I found that out. Because I used to work out in the projects. I still do, but I mean, I used to be there a lot more heavier than I am now, right? I go all over the place now, but I used to really work specifically in underserved communities, right? Out here in Los Angeles. And I saw it, man. I saw it. Kids was out of school, man. The kitchen I would go in some places, man, and the kitchen was so full of dirty dishes, man. There's no way. This dirty dishes was on the stove. They was in the sink. They was everywhere. There's no way you could actually use the stove. No way you could actually use the sink. No way. That's the way the parents want to live, right? I reported a few, right? When I thought it was just ridiculous, I reported it, right? But what do I know whether they're going to do? And then it's like, it's hard because do you really want to report it? And because these kids love their parents, right? Even though they crazy as hell, they love their parents. You want to call the people to come, and then next thing you know, they get pulled out and they get put into foster care. Every once in a while, I see a situation where that's necessary. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic. Y'all. But shout out to Patrice, man. I mean, shout out to who we talking about? We were talking about Vaughn, man. Shout out to Vaughn Bryant, man. Very, very, very solid performance as always, man. Vaughn, he's the kind of guy that, I never expect Vaughn to agree with me or disagree with me. I just expect Vaughn to say his opinion, right? Whether we agree or disagree, that's irrelevant, But, I just expect him to tell me the truth, how he's feeling at that time, right? But shout out to Vaughn, man. Very valuable helper. I want to say, that music comes on during an award show. For some reason, it's ringing in my ear. I was trying to say, I never considered that until I saw schools start passing out meals. Kids depending on schools to eat. Well, guess who started that? Guess who started that? Kids wouldn't even be eating right today if it was for the Black Panther Party, right? The Black Panther Party is the one that started giving kids breakfast before school, right? They're the ones that started that program, right? And then giving them something to eat after giving them a snack after they got out of school, right? The Black Panther Party started that, right? That's how Martin Luther King was able to go to Lyndon Johnson and say, here, they doing this with donations. You got a whole school system that, and they having progress doing this. With that success of the Black Panther Party, Martin Luther King was able to go to Lyndon Johnson and say, you need to implement this nationwide. Kids would do better. And obviously test scores went up, right? When they did that, right? So we need to put some programs, but there's some things that we need specifically in our underserved communities, right? Reese said, yes, you do report what you see. More on you don't see it, let them figure it out. You did your part. Yeah, I will report it if I see it's a threat. It's a threatening situation where the kid is just, I don't see nothing. Now, sometimes you walk into a place, they just fell back, right? Somebody got sick, they just fell back. They don't have, it's just nobody's had time to really get things together. But I went in a couple places, man. I had to report it, man. I mean, the kids The stove was full. The kitchen was a mess. It was dirty dishes, food all over the place. I mean, it was just nasty and filthy. There was no beds. It was just mattresses stacked up in the front room. I went to the room. I would go through the rooms and I see there's nothing. When I say nothing, I mean nothing. No clothes, no shoes, nothing. When I see stuff like that, that's when I had to report it. And there's little kids there. I had to report that, right? I've seen a couple things, but anyway, I ain't going into everything, y'all. But keep your eyes open. Try to take care of, and if you see some resources back here saying that you got to report something, if you see it and it's really ugly, man, sometimes you got to just bite the bullet and report it. No, we don't want to send our kids into foster care, but sometimes they're better off in foster care. There's rare occasions where people's kids are better off in foster care. Better off, right? All right, y'all. Who was I talking about? Oh, Vaughn. Very solid performance. Very strong as always. Good brother. Always has a good word, man. If you're looking for some good counsel, Vaughn Bryant is one of the guys you want to dial up, right? Got some good information. We kid him a lot about the bars and all that, but really, man, Vaughn's a good dude, man. So go check him out if you got a question about something. And I don't think Vaughn's gonna charge you more than $300 an hour. No, I don't know, Vaughn. I don't think Vaughn's gonna charge you a consultant fee, but I don't know, right? But Vaughn got to buy that dog food, right? You got a dog, man. Got to buy that dog food, right? All right, y'all. Everybody did a great job today. We all did a great job. Chat did a great job. Everybody did a great job on the panel. It was just a beautiful day. Appreciate you. But Clarence, you only had a couple people there. I know, but we enjoy each other, man. It's not a problem. Now I could have 500 in here. It's cool, no problem. But I'm still always gonna remember the home team, right? We always gonna remember our people, right? Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all. Okay, y'all. So here's what we're gonna do, gang. We're gonna wrap up right now, right? And so we will see y'all on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'll be back with some topic, right? And we'll talk about it then, y'all. But until then, man, go over there and check out Arshawn. I think Arshawn said he's gonna be on Tuesday, probably in the afternoon, right, Arshawn? Probably in the afternoon. Go over there and check him out, man. Just gotta subscribe like me, and then he come on when he come on. He come on when he come on. Now, let me say this last thing, and then I'm gonna close up. I had 2 dreams this week. I had 2 dreams, so I don't know what they mean. So I'm trying to interpret them. But in my dreams, there was 2 people that I wouldn't say I was at odds with them, but I just been like leaving them alone. But in the dream, we made up. In the dreams, we made up. So should I follow those dreams? Should I follow those dreams and try to make up? Or should I? Because I wasn't the one that put me out the circle. But maybe I don't know, y'all. I'll think about it. Y'all tell me what y'all think on Tuesday, but I'll think about it. I'll think about it. All right, y'all. Peace. We'll see y'all on Tuesday.